to watch before sunset. You could admit. How many of you decided that you weren't going to wait 9 years? Lady Kwan, we missed you. Welcome in. Welcome into Lady Kwan's palace, Imperial Palace. I've watched the trilogy like 40 times already. That's fair. Ethan was so young. He was very young. Yeah, he was pretty much at the start of his career. As I said yesterday, Linklater didn't even want to hire him because he thought he was too young, and then he saw him in a play, and then they talked more about it, and then he was like, yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. Good morning, Miss Kwan. Good morning. Good evening here. 6:15 here. It feels like 1 in the morning, but I was lucky enough to see all 3 on the big screen in a marathon at the Draft House when the 3rd one hit, and they all paired dishes and drinks with moments in the movies. That is awesome. I always love to try to go see old films when they're having like special screenings of them in theaters. Like if they're doing, say, 2001: A Space Odyssey in the big theater, I always love to go try and see it in the theater and imagine being in the theater when it first came out, seeing it for the first time. Saw a Cameron Crowe interview the other day where he said he's been interviewing Joni Mitchell off and on for 4 years and is ready to start making her movie next year. Wait, who did I see for the potential casting of it? Who was it? No, it wasn't Miley Cyrus. Was it? No. It wasn't like any official casting. It was like it was it Amanda Seyfried? I can't remember. It was someone that I think Joni Mitchell had given her blessing to. I don't know. I can't remember. My brain is cooked. Ali Oxenfree, thank you for the 20 months. Belk, thank you for the 3 months. Micah, thank you for the 28. Big Bouncin'. Big Ounce B Bouncin'. Thank you for the 3 months. Murph Dog, thank you for the 16. Ghost, thank you for the 35. Mr. Fancy Pants, thank you for the 13. KP, thank you for the 26. Movie you're most excited to see that you have yet to see? Yet to see in 2025. I'm really excited to see what's it called? Overly Sentimental? No. What's that? Oh my god. Sentimental. Oh, Overly Sentimental. I'm really excited to see Sentimental Value. Yeah. I've read a lot of really beautiful reviews on that film. How about any new Daily Wire movies? Oh, well, I'm on the fan list, so I'm always first in line to watch whatever the latest Daily Wire film is. Here's a good fall preview. Oh, I'm so tiny. I am so teeny. Where's my Twitch chat? There we go. That was from movie night. What if I just made myself this small? What if we just did chipmunk voice and I was this tiny? Yeah, do we have Lady Ballers too? I'm sure there's gonna be a Daily Wire type of film after this Oklahoma University bullshit. Clips are off. Thank you. Let me go turn those on. Oh boy, where's clips? Nope. remember where anything is. Okay, there we go. Enable clips. Okay. Got that. Alrighty. Okay. Are any of the... Okay, wait. What am I doing here? Are any of the Gotham Awards... Okay, so I want to talk briefly about the Gotham Awards because the Gotham Awards are interesting. On the one hand, does it really mean anything for the Oscars? Not really. It's, as far as it being a big indicator, what I would say is that the Gotham Awards are the award shows that, the Gotham Awards is the award show that technically kicks off the season. It is, or at least it was, more of a celebration of indie cinema. In recent years, they have removed they've removed the budget caps, and so studios have been able to submit their films. But the Gotham Awards are, I would say, a place for award show narratives to start forming. So, for instance, Killers of the Flower Moon, Lily Gladstone, I think she won at Gotham, and that kind of kicked off her award season narrative. Gotham was also where Charles Melton won, and it got people really excited, namely me, and it kind of can give the idea that, ooh, this person might be a contender, and then doesn't happen. So Gotham is the nominations are selected by journalists, film critics, and then special curators. And then the awards are chosen by a select group of creatives. So it's a mix of like directors, writers, editors, etc. So it is, it's in New York City, so it's happening tonight. There's live updates coming in, so we can look at that. PTA's One Battle After Another went into the ceremony with a record 6 nominations. I do think that One Battle After Another is going to be very competitive throughout award season, so I don't necessarily think like Gotham is a sure sign of that. I think it's just the strength of the film. It also recency bias. That film is pretty new, Melton Hive was correct. Yes, we were right early. We were right early. Anyway, so what else can I say on Gotham to answer your question? So it's not that it doesn't matter, because every award show does matter, but it's just it's more so like, okay, I guess if it's what's like a, okay, so you know how in sports you have regular games, right? And then you have the playoffs, and then you have the championships, the finals, etc. It's kind of like that, where it's not this massive indicator per se, but it can still count. And I think it's also an early indicator of what critics circles are going to be, are what they're eyeing. I think usually what makes noise is if a film that critics have been pushing for like doesn't make it in, or if a populist film like sneaks in there and everyone's like, what? This is the Gotham Awards. What is this popular, commercial, massive budgeted studio film doing in here? Yeah, so it's I don't even know if I'd call it preseason. Maybe like just a regular, maybe just like one of the early games in the season, Yeah, it's like a regular season game, but not it's if someone loses, it's okay. But it also can just start to, have people's eye on certain certain films, performances. Hello, person with amazing hair. Wow, thanks. Hello. Red Mage, thank you for the bits. KT, thank you for the 2 months. McVitties, thank you for the 7 months. Shred, thank you for the 24 months. Sarah, thank you for the tier 1. Mr. Fancy Pants, thank you for 13 months. Anyway, who was that? KP, did that answer your question? Okay, so let's just since we're talking about the Gotham Awards, let's see what's up right now. Okay. Yeah, also news today, Jafar Panahi, who is the Iranian filmmaker behind the film It Was Just an Accident that won the top prize at Cannes and has been making a big splash. He was just sentenced to a year in prison in absentia. Let me see if I can find more of the deets on this. Okay. I think he also won, and I think he dedicated his award. Let's see. He dedicated his Gotham Award for Best Screenplay for It Was Just an Accident to independent filmmakers in Iran and around the world. The same day, the Iranian director was sentenced in absentia earlier today to 1 year in prison and a 2-year travel ban. He cannot catch a break. His Cannes Palme d'Or winning drama, It Was Just an Accident, had 3 Gotham Award nominations tonight, with original screenplay the first up at the New York City ceremony. He won shortly after won for Best International Feature, also nominated for Best Director. He's been on the award season trail with the film, which is France's entry to the 2026 Oscars and was released theatrically in the U.S. in October by Neon. Recently started a tour of major cities, including LA, Seattle, San Francisco, Chicago, Boston, and New York City to present the film. Neon is also doing a short from the road show documenting his travels that will be released early next year. His lawyer, who announced the sentence on Twitter, said the Tehran Islamic Revolutionary Court also banned the director from membership of political and social groups due to propaganda activities against the system. Panahi didn't refer to the sentence directly. I need to actually figure out, because hold on a sec. Panahi. I think it is Panahi. Okay, Panahi didn't refer to the sentence directly, but recalled all the filmmakers who kept the camera rolling in silence without support, and at times by risking everything they have only with their faith in truth and humanity. I hope that this dedication would be considered a small tribute to all filmmakers who have been deprived of the right to see and to be seen, but continue to create and to exist. He, truly, this man is using cinema as a political revolutionary tool. And he does so at a continued risk to his safety. And I'm really looking forward to seeing his film. Why the fuck won't Twitter? I run into this problem frequently. Twitter just will not open. That's cool. I'm sick. Yeah, I mean, his films are very much ones that thematically deal with political repression, abuse of power. You know, it's what's made him a target. Okay, I want to see if there's I wonder if there's a clip of his speech yet. Let me see. Usually Twitter is quick on it. Let's see.
تشکر میکنم از همتون و خوشحالم که امشب در جمعتون هستم.
Thank you everyone, and I'm happy to be here with you tonight.
این فیلمنامه کار مشترکی بود از من، آقای نادر سایور، آقای شادمهر.
Okay, so just a reminder that this man had been sentenced to 6 years in prison in 2010. He received a 20-year ban on filmmaking and travel, but despite this, he continued to make films and would literally smuggle the films out of Iran.
راسین و مهدی محمودیان.
This script was co-written by myself, by Nader Saivar, by Shadmeh Rastin, and Mehdi Mahmoudjan.
این جایزه واسه من یه افتخار شخصی نیست فقط.
This award is not just a personal honor to me.
فیلمسازی کار گروهیه.
Filmmaking is a collective experience.
و متعلق به تمام کسانیه که در این فیلم همراه هم بودن.
No, so he's not currently in jail. This is at the Gotham Awards show tonight, but he's had a long history of being jailed by the Iranian government. He has been, he's received travel bans. He's had his films banned. And what happened today is that he was sentenced to 1 year in prison in absentia and a travel ban over, quote, propaganda activities against the state of Iran. It's pretty common for any Iranian filmmaker whose films make it out of Iran. It was the same with Seed of the Sacred Fig. They also film in Iran discreetly. Yes. So when we talk about filmmaking being a tool of, being a tool of revolution, being a way for people to speak out against political abuses and oppressive regimes. Like, this is a perfect example of somebody who has exhibited that his entire life.
This award belongs to all people who worked with me on this film.
And that's why, frankly, I don't really have patience for American filmmakers who have been cowering under the Trump regime, who are so afraid to say fucking anything. It's like, man, you got motherfuckers like Jafar out here who's been imprisoned multiple times, who has been targeted over and over, who has, received a 20-year travel and filmmaking ban, and who continues to persist. And just today was sentenced yet again for propaganda activities, even though that was not elaborated on.
Nonetheless, on everyone's behalf, I would like to dedicate the honor of this award to independent filmmakers in Iran and around the world.
فیلمسازانی که در سکوت، بی پشتوانه و گاه با خطر کردن هر آنچه دارند، تنها با نیروی ایمان به حقیقت و انسانیت دوربین را روشن نگه می‌دارند.
Filmmakers who keep the camera rolling in silence, without support, and at times by risking everything they have, only with their faith in truth and humanity.
امیدوارم این تقدیم کوچکترین ادای احترامی باشد به تمام فیلمسازانی که حق دیدن و دیده شدن را از آنان دریغ کردند اما همچنان خلق می‌کنند و هستند.
I hope that this dedication would be considered a small tribute to all filmmakers who have been deprived of the right to see and to be seen, but continue to create and to exist.
متشکرم.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. So jealous of his hair. Great hair. Okay. So let's see what else we have going on here. So that was a big moment. I know that Guillermo del Toro accepted the Vanguard Tribute Award for Frankenstein and yet again had some yet again had some words, some not kind but necessary words for the current state of AI. AI is big. You know what my favorite genre of filmmaker lately is? Somebody who is dramatic in the best way possible when it concerns AI. I'm talking like Guillermo del Toro saying that he would rather die than use AI. I'm talking who's the other? Who else? Bong Joon-ho also just said he wants to lead the resistance. Yeah, wait, before I watch this, I need to get Bong Joon-ho's actually, I wonder if there's a video on that because they were at the Marrakesh Film Festival on Saturday. It was Bong Joon-ho, Jenna Ortega, Celine Song, others who were on this panel. Bong Joon-ho said that, oh, here it is.
Beginning of the human race finally seriously thinking about what only human can do. But my personal answer is...
Okay, fuck whoever's phone that is. That is ringing. Okay. When Bong Joon-ho is speaking and saying he's going to organize a military squad to destroy AI, you put that phone on silent.
I'm going to organize a military squad. Their mission is to destroy AI servers.
This is the only military I would enlist for. The only military I would enlist for is Bong Joon-ho. Is Bong Joon-ho saying he's going to organize a military squad to destroy AI? That sign me up, enlist me. And also I saw this, which I thought was interesting. Oops. And then we'll get to that. I saw James Cameron. So James Cameron, who's been very disappointing considering the fact that he sits on the board of Stability AI. And last year, I think it was that we were covering his statement on AI. And we were like, what are you doing, dog? What's going on? And for a second, it felt like there wasn't going to be, it felt like there was no major director in Hollywood who was going to stand up and be like, this is bullshit. And then, we've seen this increasing backlash. We've seen people like Guillermo del Toro, Bong Joon-ho, and James Cameron today says AI actors are horrifying to me. Okay, yeah, that's what we've all been saying. So where is this coming from now? Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand what side you're on, bruh. Avatar director James Cameron has called AI actors horrifying and said what generative AI technology creates is an average. He was speaking to CBS on Sunday morning in the run-up to the release of the third Avatar film, subtitled Fire and Ash, and was asked about the pioneering technology he used in his filmmaking. After praising motion capture performance as a celebration of the actor-director moment, he expressed his disdain for artificial intelligence. Did he see Tilly Norwood and went, you know what, maybe we got to put the brakes on? Has he seen like the worst people online who just keep trying to push AI on us, these obnoxious tech bros. And was James Cameron like, you know what? I think maybe I need to not fully be coming out on the side of AI here. After praising, okay, so go to the other end of the spectrum for motion cap, and you've got generative AI where they can make up a character, they can make up an actor, they can make up a performance from scratch with a text prompt. It's like, no, that's horrifying to me. That's the opposite. That's exactly what we're not doing. Yeah, man, that's what we've been like screaming about. He added, I don't want a computer doing what I pride myself on being able to do with actors. I don't want to replace actors. I love working with actors. Cameron, who's a director of UK-based company Stability AI, said that artificial intelligence creative benefits are limited. What generative AI can't do is create something new that's never been seen. Yeah. The models are trained on everything that's ever been done before. It can't be trained on that which has never been done. So you will innately see essentially all of human art and human experience put into a blender, and you'll get something that's kind of an average of that. Yeah, and what's happening is these companies that are profit motivated, they don't give a shit about any of the unethical, any of the ethics here that should be considered. And people who are in the business of making money in the film industry, they are already eyeing the option to produce something via AI that will be cutting costs, cutting corners, etc. And they don't care about this. So that's the issue here is like, and I feel crazy that James Cameron is now saying this when last year he wasn't saying this. So what you can't have is that individual screenwriter's unique lived experience and their quirks. You won't find the idiosyncrasies of a particular actor. He added, it also causes us to have set our bar to a very disciplined level and to continue to be out of the box imaginative. The act of performance, the act of actually seeing an artist creating in real time will become sacred. I mean, I think what might happen is we are going to reach a point where it's just AI bullshit all over the place. And then maybe people will be like, actually, I kind of miss when art was made by humans, when it was not fed through a machine that was an amalgamation of whatever, whatever gross sum of human work it was trained on. Maybe, I mean, this is pretty much what Jenna Ortega had said on AI. Here's her comments on it.
Also, just like us as humans, we have a tendency to always, when you look back at our history, we just always take things too far, and I think it's very easy to be terrified. I know I am in times like this of deep uncertainty, and it kind of feels like we've opened up Pandora's box in a way. But we were talking about this a little bit yesterday as a group, getting ready to open the festival, about how
Mandarine, thank you for the bits.
Difficult times and confusing times.
Yeah. We could be investing more money into the AI that's used for early cancer detection, could actually save lives, but no, we're stuck with dog shit, fake Ghibli, slappa, and vibe coding.
Oftentimes it pushes the artist to speak out more, to do more, for there to be this new awakening and passion and protection, and I want to assume and hope that that is the case, but there's certain things that AI just isn't able to replicate. And yes, there's beautiful and difficulty, and there's beautiful and mistakes, and a computer can't do that. A computer has no soul, and it's nothing that we would ever be able to resonate with or relate to. And I think, I don't want to assume for the audience, but I would hope it gets to a point where it becomes sort of mental junk food, AI, and looking at this screen, and then suddenly we all feel sick and we don't know why, and then that one independent filmmaker in their backyard, maybe comes out with something and it releases this new excitement again. I think sometimes, as terrible as it is to say, I think sometimes people need to be, our audiences need to be deprived of something in order to appreciate something again.
Huh. She says, I think audiences need to be deprived of something in order to appreciate it again. I mean, that feels true, but also depressing where AI is concerned. And I wonder though if the average person, if the masses, I guess, will become so accustomed to, or will be like essentially brainwashed into accepting the reality of AI everywhere, AI as an inseparable component of the arts, that I don't know. I think the thing that scares me is, will this be true that when people are deprived of something, then they will start to miss it, and then there will be a rejection, like a full send rejection of AI being used in place of actual humans creating and continuing to create art. I don't know. Okay, what was I looking at? We were looking at Guillermo del Toro, who won the Vanguard.
I'd like to tell to the rest of our extraordinary cast and our crew that the artistry of all of them shines on every single frame of this film.
I don't agree, because we've forgotten to appreciate the real world as a result of receiving the internet, and that acted as a foundation. You mean you don't agree with what Jenna said, where she's like, look, I think we'll reach a point when people are so deprived of art that is made by humans for humans that they'll start to miss it. I'm going to be honest. I don't think most in the general audience give a fuck if they're watching AI slop or not. I think this is, I mean, yeah, I think this is where like the cynical aspect of my soul kind of is a little too prominent. And I think seeing the way that, I don't know, I think seeing the way that everyone's brains seem to be so cooked, like I worry that people don't care. I worry that they'll point to shitty shit made by humans, be like, well, this sucks. It's like, yeah, you know what? It does suck. But at least it was made by a human being. I would rather have that. I really would. I mean, there's more and more people now who like don't care if what they're watching is AI. They're still choosing to enjoy it, to like some people choosing to believe it, even knowing that it's AI. You see the AI anime dub from Amazon, that banana thing? There's huge backlash on that because it's clearly so inferior. There's too many of these stories now, instances now, to even keep track of. No, I missed that one.
That was willfully made by humans for humans.
Wow, that's crazy. I did not even pre-watch this. I did not pre-watch this, but Guillermo said exactly what I just said. For humans, by humans.
The designers, builders, makeup, wardrobe teams, cinematographers, composers, editors, this tribute belongs to all of them. And I would like to extend our gratitude and say, fuck AI. Thank you. I'd like to tell to the...
Yeah, I mean, it's as simple as that. It is. That's, I know we have this conversation all the time. But this means so much to me. And I think it means a lot to a lot of you as well. But one reason that like art made by human beings is so important, amongst all the reasons we've talked about, is because of what it means for somebody to make something and for then it to be seen by somebody else or you know, lots of somebody else's, and that like the discussion of that, the analysis of that, the just looking at all the pieces and you know, trying to figure out, see what it means, or like why somebody made what they made. And you don't have that. You don't have that when it's something that is being created because someone inserted a prompt into an AI program, right? Like all the discussions that we have on film class night, or even just really any given night in stream here, when we talk about when we talk about what it is that we are engaging with, that we are watching, that we are experiencing, and we lose out on that when it's just generated by a machine in this way. We don't need a machine to produce a product. Art is about human experience. Yes, and it should always be. Always. And I am fucking sick and tired of people who don't care about art and who have no business being in the creative arts setting the rules here, you know, making the decisions for something that they have no business being a part of. Like, it's making choices for your art, like the particular shade of red or the position of the sun or whatever that you should be meticulous about as an artist because it's important. And also, when you look at like you take a filmmaker and you look at their earlier work or you look at their later work and you compare it, and maybe their earlier stuff was better and maybe they lost something along the way, or maybe you can see how they progress as a filmmaker. But all of that, I think counts. All of that is like it's all part of it. AI art is still art. I think you're in the wrong community for dropping this kind of statement. I'm gonna choose to believe that it's rage bait to try. I don't know. I mean, you know who I think says that? I'm not going to mince my words anymore. You know who I think says that? I think stupid people say that. That's what I think. I think people who are lazy, who are stupid, who really are lacking soul. I think lacking soul, wanting to skip all the important parts because all they care about is the end product. All they care about is showing like, look, I can do it too, without any of the work that comes along with it. That's what I think. I do. I think I think you are soulless. I think you have lost or are losing your humanity. And I think that is if I were you, that is a terrifying thing. That is something where with all the bad shit in this world and all the things that we can't control, that feel out of our control, the one thing that we can is our willingness, our desire to engage with art that is human made and to create art with our own hands. And I think when we lose that, what the fuck do we have?
Fuck AI. Thank you. I'd like to tell to the rest of our extraordinary.
Okay. Anyway, all right. What else we got going on here at the Gotham Awards? Oh God, this fucking nano banana. Oh Jesus, I know. Oh God, I use. I don't even think this is to me. This isn't even a real person. I don't think this is. I don't think this is a real person. Wow. I use Nano Banana on Leonardo. And here's the thing, y'all. I am concerned too. I am concerned at how, as far as AI getting better, I'm concerned about people not being able to tell the difference. Like, that is a concern. That's not the same thing as, oh, AI is good enough to replace human beings in the creation of art. No, like, just by the fact that it is a machine that can only create off of the existing works of human beings, like, it's just impossible. But the concern being how already in this short span of time advanced it has become, and how it's harder to tell when something is AI or not. And it's concerning because, of course, like, it speaks to the post-truth society that we are living in. It speaks to people just no longer knowing what reality is. Accusing something that's real of being AI, not knowing when something that's AI is AI. It's also like the uncanny valley of it makes me sick. And also, why would you do this when this already exists? This already exists. Like, what does this do? What does this do? Pope of Clowntown, thank you for the 23 months. Jelly, thank you for the Prime. I just created this cinematic shot with Nano Banana Pro on the Gemini app. It's like you said, people who don't want to do the work feeling like they did something cool. And can I just say too, not everything is for everyone. I think we need to, like, acknowledge that and be okay with that. Not everything is for everyone. Not every person was put on this earth to create art. Okay? And I think that's what makes it special too. And that it's not a bad thing. Exactly. And when we talk about, like, when we talk about making things fair, and when we talk about, people having opportunities in life, no matter what, no matter what family they're born into, what level of income they're born into, that's not what this is. Okay? It's like, let's get funding for the arts, but that doesn't mean that everybody should just be out here generating bullshit using AI just because we can. It's like, you look at you look at great artists throughout history, and can you imagine if it was just like none of that mattered? if Michelangelo painting the Sistine Chapel, if Da Vinci doing Starry Night, if that didn't matter because they didn't stand out in their field as some of the greatest artists to have existed, whose art still persists to this day, or Da Vinci, Van Gogh. Van Gogh cut off his ear. Da Vinci. But the point being that like they created art that still today people take a pilgrimage to witness, to absorb. Van Gogh to the polls. I think this is the best quote ever about AI. It gives people a chance to be artists that couldn't be artists before. They're not artists. They don't create. They mimic creation. It's like trying to get a blow-up doll pregnant. And I think somebody asked a question about AI as a tool. The problem is that what we've been saying from the beginning is those who are pushing this technology and those who are trying to use it to create enormous profits for themselves, they don't view this as a tool. That's just a buzzword now. That's just a thing for like people to, for them to kind of quell the growing anger and fears. The way that it's being, the way that it's used in an exploitative manner and how quickly we got to that place. Van Gogh, I need you to Van stay, viewers, and use your primes. This drawing was making the rounds on Twitter last week, and people were very supportive because it was someone making a genuine attempt instead of using AI. I mean, that's what's happening now too, is people will either post their art and be like, I didn't use AI to make this, or people who are so desperate to like support human art no matter what are like praising something just for the mere fact that it's a human who made it. I practice drawing faces in a different angle, but it looks kind of weird. And the thing is, I always tell myself, like, okay, to think of new things to talk about on stream, right? Like, I want to keep it variety. I don't want to wear people down. But this is something that I think, like, I will go to my grave screaming about, but hopefully, if I live a long life, this isn't something that I will be going to my grave screaming about. But it's something that I think, like, this goes beyond just the industry. This goes beyond even just, the fears of people losing jobs. Like all of that is real and worrisome. But I think it's really this like deep philosophical chasm, and these, the question about what does human expression mean? Like, what is humanity? How do we protect and preserve our humanity in this modern world of ours, where technology and those who are creating it and wielding it with the sole purpose of fulfilling these godlike complexes and making trillions of dollars, what do we do, and I think it's always the question of humanity, whether we're talking about healthcare or we're talking about what's happening in Palestine. Like, this question and the fear that every day we lose more and more of it, is the question of our humanity. Yeah, we gotta abolish the fucking profit motive, of course. This is the logical conclusion to everything is content. Art has been devalued to just content. Yes, I remember this. Martin Scorsese discusses cinema being devalued as content. And when you listen to these tech bros, when you listen to these assholes like David Ellison, even major studio execs who have been in the business a long time, like they still are, many of them are driven solely by money. And when content started to be a term that was used more and more to describe something like filmmaking, it definitely rung alarm bells, because it's not just a word replacing, it's not just like a commonly used word that doesn't have any meaning to it. What it is a devaluation of art, and it's treating everything as the same, whether it's like, whether it's a TikTok, whether it's a film, whether it's a meticulously crafted album, whether it's, something that has been AI generated. Patrick H. Willems has a video about the word content. Yeah, he does. It's great. I don't know if I watched it on stream. Martin Scorsese criticizes streaming platforms and the movie business in a new essay for Harper's Magazine entitled Il Maestro. While the piece is an homage to director Federico Fellini, Scorsese also discusses how streaming and current movie industry practices have negatively impacted the art of cinema, which he says is being systematically devalued, sidelined, demeaned, and reduced to its lowest common denominator, content. As recently as 15 years ago, the term content was heard only when people were discussing the cinema on a serious level, and it was contrasted with and measured against form. Then gradually, it was used more and more by the people who took over media companies, most of whom knew nothing about the history of the art form or even cared enough to think that they should. Scorsese says that content is a business term for all moving images: a David Lean movie, a cat video, a Super Bowl commercial, a superhero sequel, a series episode. Though he acknowledges that he and other filmmakers have benefited from the opportunities streaming platforms present, he criticizes their use of algorithms. He posits that suggestions via algorithm limit the viewer's exposure to different subject matter and genres, and that has negative implications on the art. And what happened was, as streaming platforms came to replace the old way of doing things and dominated so thoroughly, filmmakers, major actors, people who probably ideally would not want to have their film go straight to Netflix, had to adapt, had to, go with the changing waves in the industry. So messed up that studios look at an actor's social media impressions and considering them for a role. Yeah. Who was it? I think we talked about this when it was Maya Hawke who was discussing that. Scorsese adds that algorithm calculations serve to treat the viewer solely as a consumer and nothing else, and argues that curation is a better approach, citing curated streaming services such as Criterion and Mubi as positive curated examples. We can't depend on the movie business, such as it is, to take care of cinema. In the movie business, which is now the mass visual entertainment business, the emphasis is always on the word business, and value is always determined by the amount of money to be made from any given property. In that sense, everything from Sunrise to La Strada to 2001 is now pretty much wrung dry and ready for the art film swim lane on a streaming platform. Those of us who know the cinema and its history have to share our love and our knowledge with as many people as possible. And we have to make it crystal clear to the current legal owners of these films that they amount to much more than mere property to be exploited and then locked away. They are among the greatest treasures of our culture, and they must be treated accordingly. In 2019, he wrote an op-ed for New York Times that argued that Marvel movies are not cinema. Oh my God, I remember that. Oh my God, I remember that. Oh, and the ensuing freak out. He ends his new essay reflecting on his definition of cinema. I suppose we also have to refine our notions of what cinema is and what it isn't. Federico Fellini is a good place to start. You can say a lot of things about Fellini's movies, but here's one thing that is incontestable. They are cinema. Fellini's work goes a long way toward defining the art form. People were pissed, but look at the state of the MCU now. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, too, it's like we have this conversation around the growing proliferation of AI. It doesn't mean that there are not other issues in the industry currently, you know? Artie, thank you for the 4 months. Cozy Gaming, thank you for the 5 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. You know, the issue with like films that 20 years ago would have had a theatrical release, you know, being on like Amazon Prime to little fanfare, there being absolutely no marketing. The kind of the shady business deals that like makes it so theaters are only releasing like big budget films. You know, the deal that like IMAX has with Narnia. I mean, I guess it's good that people will get a chance to see it in theaters, but IMAX having a monopoly on it. Anyway, all right. I don't need to get into the issues with the MCU, but what I'm trying to say is, yes, the problem with the film industry already being one that that puts profit above all, and the precedent that's been set from streaming and from the decline in theatrical releases of small to mid-budget films. There's multiple issues happening simultaneously. I think IMAX setting the precedent that they'll allow movies to bypass theaters and not contribute to keeping theaters alive sets a really bad precedent. Yeah. And as I said, I mean, on the one hand, I guess Narnia is not just going to be seen by people of Netflix and it will be in theaters. But on the other hand, I don't think it's good that IMAX maneuvered a deal there where they have total control over the theatrical release. And yes, I agree, the precedent that it sets. Can't even see the new Knives Out because I only have Cinemarks near me. Yeah, I'm also worried for independent theaters. You know, go if you have independent cinemas near you, go support them. I know that usually you won't get you may not get to see the films that you want to, but go support your theaters. I know more and more they're being bought up by major theater chains. I saw Frankenstein at my local independent theater. That's fucking sick. All right. Any other big moments on Gotham? And let me see if there's any other speeches. Okay, let me just pull up the Twitter here. Wunmi Mosaku wins outstanding supporting performance. Oh, she's so good in Sinners. She's also so gorgeous. My God. Best feature winner, one battle after another. Oscar Isaac accepts the Vanguard Tribute Award with Guillermo del Toro.
And deeply personal. Guillermo, it's been the greatest honor to collaborate with you on this wild-ass, crazy, beautiful, impossibly rich film I'm so proud to have been your victor.
You know what I'll say? Jacob Elordi was better in Frankenstein than I thought he would be. There were a couple moments that I was legitimately choked up. I came floating over to the stream like a cartoon character to a... You were drawn. You didn't know why you were drawn. You didn't know why you were drawn in. But you were. And it's because Jacob Elordi is on the screen. Here, I'll make it bigger for you. Hogan, thank you for the bits.
Played your Victor Frankenstein. I'm so proud to have watched you play.
You know what I will say? I think Elordi has, I don't even know if it's fair to say real promise, because I think he's already showing that he's got chops. And what's interesting is he might end up being kind of a, he might end up being, I wonder, like a Tim Robbins, in the fact that they're both really fucking tall. Tim Robbins, who's 6'5", in an industry where most of the time, even being over 6'3", you're gonna be one of the tallest people in Hollywood. But Tim Robbins has had a great career and has used his height has been a part of certain roles that he's played. And I think his height too, being as tall as he is, has not prevented him from having a well-rounded career. In all seriousness, I feel like somehow he still hasn't had a role that makes sense for him yet. I mean, I will say, I think Frankenstein's monster was a really good role for him. I think the empathy that he created for the character, and you know, kind of his, you know what? I think too, sometimes what can happen is an actor can rely on prosthetics, and when they have like, when they are playing a character where they are like, it's a lot about like the makeup and the prosthetics to transform them. They can kind of fall back on that almost as like a shield, and sometimes the performance itself can not be as sharp and good, because they're relying too much on the aesthetics. But I thought that he was, for me, it was surprisingly really good in that role. I fear he did a great job as Nate Jacobs. Yeah, he's so good as Nate Jacobs. It's going to be funny to watch the careers of, and not even just the careers, but kind of the public sentiment around other Euphoria actors, and then compare it to Sydney Sweeney. His physicality in the monster role was actually fantastic. Like, they used his size well. Yes. I agree. It's wild that, Andrew Garfield was originally supposed to be the monster. Yeah. You know what? I would not balk at an early prediction for Jacob Elordi in Best Supporting. I think I kind of have to take a look and see who else would be rounding out that category, but I don't think it's too far-fetched. I don't think it's too far-fetched right now to say he could slide in. He could be the notorious fifth spot.
Such an incredible part, and to show the world what you can do with such sensitivity and grace. And I am proud to be standing here tonight, a Guatemalan, an Australian, and a Mexican. Immigrants, baby, we get the job done. Thank you, Guillermo.
Especially Australians.
Thank you to the Gothams for...
Yeah. You know what I think? I think we're going to see quite a bit of in this award season that I think was lacking in the last couple. I think we're going to see more woke. I think we're going to see more political sentiment expressed. I think woke's coming back, baby. The woker. We shall see the woker return. He kept a lot of very specific elements of the OG Frankenstein in the film, little nods that only true fans would know, despite changing the storylines and characters. Yeah, I felt like it was pretty faithful. Jafar Panahi's It Was Just an Accident led the 2025 Gotham Film Awards with 3 wins: Best Director, Best International Feature, Best Original Screenplay. This film, I think, is going to win an Oscar. And I think probably Best International Feature makes the most sense at this point. But I, as I said, Gotham is not a major indicator, but it still can count, and it still is at least a. It's the beginning of looking at how the award season could shape up. So I think international feature, he's got that. And then I also think that Sinners is a major contender for Best Original Screenplay. I don't know what the studio is going to be doing as far as awards marketing for that. Okay, what else? All right, we watched this. Cast of Sinners will be honored with the ensemble tribute.
Actor knows what that we're incredibly lucky to turn this passion of ours into a career. Any kind of success in this line of work is not given. There are times when, if you can even land a role at all, you feel fortunate. And so to land a part in a film as special and as singular, as impactful as this one, to continue to collaborate with one of the most unique and visionary storytellers on the planet, Mr. Coogler. Well, that just gives any actor a whole laundry list of reasons to feel pretty damn fortunate.
Tonight, I'm standing here feeling incredibly grateful to have had this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work with one of the most gifted writer-directors
Why is there only one Michael B. Jordan? I thought they were twins.
of a generation.
Where's the other one?
5.
Why, Caitlin, I saw that too. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Coogler, I'm speaking on behalf of the entire cast of this film, and I'm saying that being part of this movie was one of the most pivotal, special experiences of our lives. Thank you, man. Ryan told a story that resonates with everybody who touched it, whether in front of the camera, behind it, or from a seat inside the theater. Ryan, you shared something. You shared something with all of us that had so much personal weight for you, resonance, along with the weight of history. And you did that, man, with grace, tenacity, breathtaking style.
And to all my fellow castmates, we accept this honor together tonight. And I want to
Since Wicked original songs were really bad, do you think I Lied to You has a better shot, or is it still Golden's award to lose? For the Grammys or for the Oscars? I think Sinners has a better chance at the Oscars. I think Golden has a better chance at the Grammys.
express to all you guys what a privilege it was to be a part of this journey with you guys. Delroy, Wumi, Jamie, Haley, Lee Jun Lee, Miles, Lola, Jack, Omar, Yao, to see each of you guys give your heart and soul every day was an experience that I'll carry with me always.
You know who I would love to see a supporting actor nomination for? Because I think he would. I think he would be put in the supporting category because Cooper Hoffman, I guess, is the lead of the film. But I would love to see David Johnson. I thought David Johnson in The Long Walk was one of the best performances of the year, and that would be a really cool nomination.
And to Francine Maisler.
Yes.
Our brilliant casting director who saw us first before anybody else could. We say thank you for making magic and bringing this outstanding team of actors together.
I'm going to go off book for 1 second. Just don't stay right there. I understand that originally the Gotham Awards were for independent filmmakers, and I'd like to just acknowledge that no matter the budget, no matter the environment, Ryan Coogler is an independent filmmaker at heart in terms of his commitment to his vision and telling the story as he sees fit. So I wanted to say that. And the beauty of Sinners is the sum total of its parts. You helped create the alchemy, Ryan, that we achieved in this collaboration, brother.
And lastly, to the Gotham Film and Media Institute, on behalf of the entire cast of Sinners, we thank you for recognizing our cast. We stand in a room full of creatives who are the best in the business, and we all admire very deeply.
Hi, hello. Who is in the white dress? This beauty right here. This is Lee Jun Lee. If you watched the ahead of its time Babylon, if you watched I was trying to describe. I was like, how do I describe the fact that people, I think, just couldn't appreciate Babylon when it came out? But anyway, if you watched Babylon, she has a role in Babylon. But yeah, she's
honored
gorge.
by your acknowledgement, especially for a film like this that occupies such a very special place in our hearts. So thank you guys so much. God bless y'all. You guys have a good night.
All right. I think there's still here's PTA winning.
December 1st, 24 years ago, I met a lady who made me a better filmmaker. Happy anniversary, Maya. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's go home, or let's.
Do you know what story will never leave my mind? When Fiona Apple said that she quit doing coke after a night out with Paul Thomas Anderson and Quentin Tarantino. And I mean, I can kind of assume what went down, but I would love to to know. I would love to know the details. But yeah, a night out with Paul Thomas Anderson and Quentin Tarantino caused Fiona Apple to quit doing cocaine. And as she said, it was an excruciating night out. Apple was dating filmmaker Paul Thomas Anderson, whom she began seeing in 1997 and with whom she shared a tumultuous, drug-fueled 3 years. Apple recalled the one excruciating night at Tarantino's home that caused her to swear off cocaine forever, wherein she spent the night listening to Anderson and Tarantino brag. Oh my God, that sounds like a fucking nightmare. Every addict should just get locked in a private movie theater with QT and PTA on coke, and they'll never want to do it again. She went on to describe her relationship with Anderson, who directed music videos for her songs while she wrote a rap for his film Magnolia. Though their partnership was creatively collaborative, she remembers their relationship as painful and chaotic, characterized by criticism and contempt. What the fuck criticism could Paul Thomas Anderson dare to level at Fiona Apple? Apple described Anderson's temper, recalling how he threw a chair across the room after the 1998 Academy Awards, where Boogie Nights lost Best Original Screenplay. Apple recalled thinking, fuck this is not a good relationship. Apple also remembered another incident where Anderson shoved her out of his car and onto the sidewalk. Anderson declined to comment to The New Yorker through his agent. He wishes he had her pen. Okay. Maybe if it's like, maybe if it was like, I don't know, DJ Khaled, and he's like, yeah, Paul Thomas Anderson had some criticism and contempt for my music, but Fiona Apple, I don't think so. That girl has been through and seen shit. And you know what I love about Fiona? I love that she always keeps it honest. She keeps it honest, but not in a way where she's like a shit stirrer or kind of causing drama in the ways that say, like a Lily Allen, you know? I've always been Team Fiona. Anyway, yeah, this was back in 2020 when Fiona Apple divulged that she quit cocaine after an excruciating night with Quentin Tarantino and Paul Thomas Anderson, and you can only imagine how miserable it was. Maybe that's why I love Olivia Rodrigo. She tries to keep that Fiona Apple appreciation alive. There is video evidence of such excruciating encounters. Oh, yeah. Wait, I think wait.
But I don't know if I want to, like, start that expedition all over again either. That was a big motherfucking thing. Well, I met Francis Coppola's wife, Ellie Coppola. And she asked me a question, so what are you doing next? And I go, well, I've been planning this big World War II film for a long time, and now it's time to do it. I'm doing Death Proof in between, but the next thing I'll do...
The face that she's giving him!
This World War II movie. The only thing about it is, it's a big Mount Everest kind of epic, and I've already climbed a Mount Everest, and you know, I gotta get myself up to climb it again. And then when I was through talking, she goes, I think maybe this is the time in your life to climb Mount Everest. You maybe not want to be climbing Mount Everest, you know, 15 years from now. But right now, now's your mountain climbing days.
Oh my God, dude. Whomst amongst us has not been stuck in a conversation like this with someone like Quentin Tarantino? the Quentin Tarantino aspect is important here. Oh God, especially in Hollywood. Yes, I have. I have been caught in many a conversation with people who are similar in personality to a Quentin Tarantino. All right. Caitlin, will you link me the Club Chalamet thing? The vid of Quentin on drugs while explaining how Top Gun was actually a movie about repressed homosexuality absolutely sends me anytime I see it. Quentin Tarantino is just he is how you would think he is, I think, in private conversation. Oh, story time? Oh, I mean, it's not really story time so much as, okay, we need to put a stop to this. Shirtless bartender, thank you for the bits. Hey, asking for no important reason, don't look into it as well. Big physical media nerd, and if so, does he have a Blu-ray? So he doesn't have a Blu-ray, but he is a physical media nerd. That is true. Aware Club Chalamet. Okay, I don't know. Actually, you know what? I can probably just do this. Yeah. Okay, so this comes out today in the Wall Street Journal. The fan account Simone Cromer started to support Chalamet's Oscar dreams has made her infamous. Now on Substack, she has no plans of stopping. Here's what I will say. First of all, girl, the pose, I am not going to pay for this. The pose, okay, this is going to take like whatever. Here's a screenshot. How a Gen Xer became Timothée Chalamet's biggest and most divisive fan. What is this pose? This ain't it. This is not working. This is not the sleigh boots pose that she thinks it is. She thought she ate. She left all of the crumbs. And also, why? Like, here's the thing. I know I've indulged in Club Chalamet shenanigans, but I also have always been clear that I despise this woman, and I do not think her having what is this? Is this the best photo they could get from the photo shoot? This photographer either hated her or it was like the first, or they brought in somebody who had never used a camera. I'm gonna go with that they hated her. So anyway, Club C has an entire spread in the Wall Street Journal. And I guess that's what happens when you are a total piece of shit stalker obsessive who is a scab, who is a Zionist, who is really, when it comes to having a bad political opinion, you can be sure that Club C is going to have that opinion. Are we getting obsessed fans mainstream articles now? I mean, that's the thing, right? It's all fun and jokes. It's all like, haha, yeah, this person is whoo. But then we fly too close to the sun. We fly too close to the sun. And I don't think that Club Chalamet should be. Especially because when Club Chalamet was discovered, right, when there was a lot of noise and attention around her, there were articles. So why are we doing this now? Why are we doing the Wall Street Journal Club Chalamet article now? Profile. I don't know. Just her political opinion is bad? Oh no, I already ragged on the pose. Simone Cromer said she wasn't trying to stir the pot when she started Club Chalamet in 2018. She just simply wanted to boost the profile of a promising young actor who just burst onto the scene. Yet that's not what it is. That is not what it is. No shit, a rep declined to comment. Can you imagine how much it would feed into them publicly acknowledging all of it? Yeah, like why the fuck would either Kylie Jenner, Timothy Chalamet, anybody who is in the Club Chalamet zone, why would they comment? A representative for Chalamet declined to comment. Yes, because it is vital that he does not acknowledge her existence. All right. So of course they're gonna decline to comment. Giving this lady a platform seems wrong. I agree. Yeah, I agree too. This is like the worst photo I've seen as well. This is embarrassing. I'm not ashamed of my fan activity. I'm not a stalker. I'm not weird. And the other thing too is we don't want to encourage people like this to do what Simone Cromer does. Like, I fear Simone is sound of mind, but what if she's more delusional and they were feeding that? That's the question, right? Because Simone, by all accounts, seems to be financially stable, seems to have work, seems to have some type of life where it feels like we're tapping the glass. Yeah. I think the point of the photo is to feel voyeuristic. I kind of don't hate it. I think I'm just consumed with how stupid she looks. You know, there's a way to do that thematically, and I think it just still looks stupid. I can't change the fact that I was born in 1966. I don't want to be a 24-year-old white girl running Club Chalamet. I am who I am. Okay, wow, empowerment. Like female empowerment. I didn't anticipate, expect, or want this kind of attention. I'm just a fan at the end of the day. Oh, God. They realized they only had the one other photo. As she was leaving the shoot, they yelled at her and got that escalator shot. They're like, we need one more pic. Simone. It's similar to, yes. And let's not forget, I mean, I know I make jokes about, and like one of my predictions last year was that Club Chalamet is gonna murder someone. But Yolanda Saldivar, who was recently denied parole. Yolanda Saldivar, who is the woman, the stalker, the former president of a Selena fan club who killed Selena. Yes. Yolanda Saldivar, who was an older woman who became obsessed with Selena, had been the president of her fan club, managed her boutiques, and murdered Selena, and then was sentenced to prison. You know? Yes, she's still alive. Yes. Who is Selena? So Selena was a famous Latin American singer, songwriter. She was one of the most celebrated, most famous Mexican American singers in the 90s. And she was still like she was still really young and still coming into her career and her fame. And she was murdered. How old was she? How old was Selena? She was only 23 years old. Yes. J-Lo also played her in a biopic. Yeah. Which was a big moment in J-Lo's career. But she was only 23 years old, and she was shot by Yolanda Saldivar and put a tragic end to a young life and somebody who was really making waves as a Mexican American superstar. Fuck Yolanda Saldivar. Absolutely. But anyway, so can you imagine like a Yolanda Saldivar? Imagine prior to her shooting and killing Selena, she has like a feature in Wall Street Journal. Because here's the thing. Simone is not just somebody who's a fan of Timothy. She stalks him. She is obsessive to the point of like, look, I'm not here to be the great defender of the Kar Jenners, but how she treats Kylie Jenner and how she like says weird, creepy, harassing things about her. She's not a fan. She's not a fan. She's a stalker. And on top of that, she is a person who consistently is always on the wrong side of things, because she has her personal account, which is Simone Cromer, and then she's got the Club Chalamet account. And during the actor and writer strikes, Simone Cromer, and then this is when we made the connection that it's the same person. Simone Cromer, who's allegedly a film critic, went on Twitter and produced a series of insane tweets that were screaming at the writers and actors who were on strike. And the reason for that is because it pushed back the Dune 2 premiere, because productions, got put on hold. The production schedule all got pushed back. That was her. Yes, that was her. And then she has said like really horrible, just disgusting things about Palestinians, about Palestinian supporters. She's of course pro-Israel because she's deranged. So that's what I mean by like, if there's a wrong side for Simone Cromer to be on, she is consistently on that wrong side. She had gross things to say about sex workers because of Honora. When I say this woman has, aside from the stalker shit, has the worst takes always. I mean it. Has Timothy ever addressed her existence? No. There are photos, though, of her showing up to his meet and greets, of her showing up to just events that Timmy is at. And in one of them, he appears to like skip over her. She also stalked his sister, Timothy Chalamet's sister. She stalked and took photos with, and is like, oh yeah, no, I know her. She gave him a bracelet he wore once, and she freaked out about it. Yes, and here's the thing too. Timothy Chalamet he's online. All right, this is a guy who's like, we know he's online. But also Kylie Jenner, and Kylie Jenner being a person who is aware of internet things and is very online as well. They know who she is. I know. I just know they know who she is, and they have taken the tactic of not addressing her, not like acknowledging the things that she says and her existence. I'm genuinely concerned she got this profile that sends a really bad message to people like her. Yes, me too. That's what I'm saying. It's like this, it's no longer just this it's no longer like we've reached a point that we should not have reached. We should not be providing profiles for people like Simone Cromer. It's not good. I think there needs to be more journalistic care and thought that's put into something like this when somebody pitches, hey, we should do a profile on Simone Cromer, who is behind the Club Chalamet account. That needs to be shut down. It's like, no. Actually, we shouldn't. How are we getting parasocial profiles of the hyper parasocial? I know. You should not be rewarded with a profile in the Wall Street Journal when you are somebody like this. Other stalkers will start to think, oh, so I can get a boost to my public profile and mainstream attention if I keep going. Yes. They're like, oh, it not only sends the message that this behavior is acceptable, it's encouraged. It is encouraged. And imagine that you are, imagine that you're a celebrity or somebody of note who has stalkers, who has to worry about obsessive people like this who have shown that they are capable of harassing and worrisome behaviors. Imagine now you're like, oh, okay, so we just live in a world where I can ignore my stalkers as much as I want. I can ignore my danger stands as much as I want, but it doesn't matter because they'll still get a fucking profile in a major magazine. It's well understood at this point that attention feeds these kinds of manias. It can turn a creepy person into a dangerous one. Right. And it's just kind of like, okay, so not only given the history of celebrities being harmed by stalkers, by delusional fans, not only that history, but also like in this moment now where stans have too much power overall, whether it is power over music critics being afraid to accurately review an album of a major pop star, whether it is stans, reaching the attention of executives in Hollywood who are like, oh, maybe we should have them weigh in on decisions. Like, no, we're stans. We need to shut it down. We need to shut it down and not be encouraging it and not be platforming this kind of behavior. And same thing. And this is going to bring me into the Wicked conversation, but same thing with how stans now are creating this inability to, in my opinion, talk about serious issues. Okay? Because stans don't want there to be what they perceive to be any negative conversation, discourse whatsoever about their faves. And when it comes to Wicked, what's happened is, I've hesitated approaching this topic because I think it requires nuance. I think it's complex. But stans of Ariana Grande Ariana Grande in general, but specifically in regards to Wicked 2, are making it impossible to try and have a conversation around the issue with extreme thinness in Hollywood. And make no mistake, this has been a problem for a long time. This is not something new, but what we have seen with and I know maybe you'll be like rolling your eyes and be like, that sounds crazy. It's not. There's an entire history to this. This is something that like scholars have studied. With the rise of far-right fascism, we see an emergence of pushing this idea of dangerous thinness, of extreme thinness. It is literally called body fascism. And now to go back to Wicked 2 for a moment, what's been happening is Wicked 2, the press tour of Wicked 2, it's kind of a continuation of the discourse on Wicked 1, but it is in regards to the noticeable thinness and the increasing thinness of the stars of Wicked 2. And on the one hand, I understand this hesitation to discuss women's bodies, right? Because of how persistent our culture is in talking about women's bodies in a really harmful way, and in a way that in a way that exists because of the patriarchal constraints, and how women just can never catch a break, and their bodies, especially when they have a spotlight on them because they are celebrities, because they are singers, actresses, models, etc. Their bodies are constantly being dissected and talked about. And if you're too thin, I think about in the 2000s, all the really cruel tabloid magazines of like Nicole Richie and other actresses who had eating disorders, and how they were mocked on the pages of the magazines. But then also, God forbid, they've gained weight when really they're still thin, and then they're mocked on the pages of the magazines as well. Like I'm talking Perez Hilton era, I'm talking like 2000s tabloids where you just could not, it felt like it was inescapable. You just could not escape women being called fat, women being called, women being made fun of because they were so thin. So it just is like, a lose-lose situation. But, and then I also understand the sentiment of, well, we don't know if somebody is battling a secret health issue, i.e. Chadwick Boseman. When people saw images of Chadwick Boseman and he was thin and frail and he looked sick because guess what? He was sick. And there was all the discourse around his body. And then it turned out that he had stage 4 cancer that he died from. And it kind of was... It was, something that people pointed to as let's learn a lesson from this. And so when post Chadwick Boseman, discourse has formed around a celebrity who seems to have had a drastic weight loss, or they don't look healthy, people will incur Chadwick Boseman's name as hey, have we not learned our lesson from this? Now, This is what I mean by this topic being complicated, and there being a lot of components to this. So I think what's happening also is something that is well-intentioned and something that is a good thing to keep in mind is being used as an excuse to ignore a problem. So Ariana Grande stans have been inciting, have been saying like, don't talk about women's bodies. They've been saying, remember Chadwick, but like, you never know what someone's going through, as a way to provide cover for the fact that not just Ariana Grande, but also Cynthia Erivo, also Michelle Yeoh, have gotten increasingly thinner to a point that it is very noticeable, and it is concerning. Because here's the thing. We have many examples of women in the spotlight who had severe eating disorders and it was ignored. It was not, it was like it was a problem to the point that it had a severe effect on their health. And in some cases, like Karen Carpenter, she died from it. Karen Carpenter died of her eating disorder. And I'm going to show you one of the final interviews she did prior to her death.
So that you were suffering from the Slimmer's disease, from anorexia nervosa, is that right?
And I'm not saying, too, that a setting like this is the right place to, like, interrogate Karen Carpenter on her eating disorder. But the question you ask is, like, was anybody around her seeing this and doing something about this? And that there is this line between public figures deserving privacy and then the discourse that happens in public because it relates to larger issues. And the issue of women, especially when they are women in industries like Hollywood, women being suffocated by these idealized beauty standards, which include extreme thinness, and then the effect that has on people who look up to them, people who are fans of them, people who are being influenced by them. That is when I think we have to have this discussion. And here's the thing. Somebody like Ariana Grande has a lot of influence. She has a lot of young girls who follow her, who see how skinny she is, who hear her say, no, this is healthy. Like, I'm actually healthier now than I was before. And that can have a detrimental effect on their health in the way that this always had. In the way that, like, when I was a little girl and I was seeing actresses who were skinnier than I being lambasted on the cover of magazines for being too fat, seeing these actresses get skinnier and skinnier and skinnier, seeing like thinness be held up as an ideal trait of womanhood, of beauty, all of this has an impact. We all seriously, growing up in the United States of America, probably most of us had some type of eating disorder or an unhealthy relationship with food because of how much this is, no pun intended, crammed down our fucking throats from an early age. And so that component of the influence that celebrities have on the masses, on teenagers who are looking at them, who are learning from them, who are developing their own, their own versions of what it means to be beautiful, of what they should be doing to themselves and for themselves. Like, they are learning that from the people who are held up as like the idealized version of beauty, of like, this is what you should strive to be.
No, I was just pooped.
But you did get tired out. You went down to about 6 stone in weight, I think, didn't you?
I have no idea what 6 stone in weight is.
At 66 pounds, it's very difficult to work out. I think about 84 pounds
no.
or something like that. No?
No.
It's just that we talked about this years ago. I mean, this is 6 years now. I don't really feel we should be talking about the weight loss. Maybe it's better to take a pass on the whole thing. It's really not.
Yeah, and see, and again, I'm not saying that this was like the right. I get that there's also a history of journalists and interviewers being problematic with female celebrities, but it's knowing that Karen Carpenter died because she literally wasted away, and that it seems the people around her were not doing anything about it. And that Karen, in this interview, of course, she doesn't want to talk about it. Of course, she's not going to acknowledge that she has a severe eating disorder.
It's a long time ago, you know.
It is a long.
Now we have to pretend all that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Now you got to smile and
I
be
feel
nice.
terrific.
You got to smile and be nice and pretend it all didn't happen. This
Okay.
is the time we've spoken, all right? There were rumors.
Is Hollywood at it again with starving women? Here's what I need y'all to know, okay? The body positivity movement in the 2010s, as that was happening, it did not mean that thinness being the ideal beauty standard, thinness being associated with goodness, with morality, that never went away. It never stopped. And I remember when I saw that Kim Kardashian and the other Kardashians had like removed their butts and hips and were all on Ozempic and stepped out suddenly 20 pounds lighter. I remember looking at that and going, things are about to really shift. And not that thinness went away, but the Kardashians being standard bearers of trends in the industry, of being all about their body image, when they all stepped out suddenly extremely thin with much less curves than they had been known for in the previous decade, like that was, I looked at that as an indication of, oh, we're about to get hit fucking hard. We are about to be like early 2000s level of suddenly all of these super duper 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 skinny celebrities who maybe previously were not that thin of a weight. It is a body fascism indicator. Yes. There is an actual term that is referred to as body fascism. This is a phrase that refers to discrimination on the basis of someone's appearance or weight. It is mainly directed against women. It is associated with the emergence of stringent exercise regimes for women designed to keep them slim and attractive, to bodily norms that dictate that only women with a certain appearance are considered attractive within heteronormative contexts. And it's not a coincidence, and I want to watch the Leisha Miller video on it, but it's not a coincidence that as we have seen a rise in far right ideology in fascism, we have seen a reemergence of extreme thinness, and of extreme thinness being held up as this beacon of beauty, as like a beauty, idealized beauty standard.
America.
Okay, so we're gonna watch this. Vanilla Mace is getting attacked by Ariana Grande stands on Twitter right now after speaking on body positivity. I know, I saw that. I wanted to read this article too. Okay, so there's a couple things going on with the Wicked 2 premiere that I've been wanting to talk about. One has been the discourse around the actresses' increasing thinness and how what I've been seeing is these stands coming to Ariana Grande's defense, and trying to say that like those who have raised concern, who have respectfully tried to have this conversation, are contributing to this, contributing to misogyny, that they are doing the thing that we're not supposed to do, which is talk about women's bodies, blah, 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 blah. So there's that. Then there's the Cynthia Erivo, when she came to Ariana Grande's defense over that piece of shit, who apparently this is something that he does, where he just like rushes the stage or rushes a premiere and physically assaults a celebrity. That guy, Cynthia being protective and defensive of her, and the just gross memes and jokes and misogynoir that has been associated with that. So there's that element too. So starting here, talking about the concern over how multiple actresses on the set of Wicked have gotten thinner and thinner. And I think about, what was that one show? Ally McBeal. Yes. Okay. All right. So there is such a thing as competitive eating disorders, and it actually can be a problem with people who are in long-term rehab for an eating disorder, because what happens when they are with other people who have an eating disorder that they are in rehab for is it can create the competition. They will trade tips. They will, share information on how to continue having an eating disorder even when you are in rehab for this. So to talk about the competitive eating disorder aspect of this, Ally McBeal was a show that came out in the 90s. It was a drama that was 5 seasons long, starring Callista Flockhart as Ally McBeal. Multiple actresses, including Callista Flockhart, Portia de Rossi, I can't remember any more specifically, so I don't want to say past that, had eating disorders. And Portia talked about in an interview some years back that the actresses felt competitive with one another as far as being the thinnest on set, because it was something that the media was talking about, and it turned into this like competition as to who could be the thinnest, because if you were the thinnest, it meant that you were the best. And that is just how, an eating disorder can mentally affect you. That it's not the same thing as like, oh, that person, that person's an inspiration because they've got a 6-pack because they work out and eat healthy. No, we're talking about like serious eating disorders that creates a sense of competition when you are around other people who have an eating disorder, and that it will ping pong. The eating disorders will ping pong off each other and intensify. And so this was something that happened on the set of Ally McBeal. This is not the only show where actresses on set clearly had eating disorders, were in competition with those eating disorders. And it's what I thought of when I saw the actresses from Wicked 2. I thought about Ally McBeal. I thought about the reality of competitive eating disorders. And I thought about too, how Hollywood is an industry that, as I said, despite the body positivity movement of the 2010s, that then was chopped at the knees, Hollywood has always promoted extreme thinness. Hollywood has always been an industry where for women, you can't be thin enough. Even if you are mocked for it, even if, even if it's like, oh, you finally have done it, but it's never good enough. It is an industry that promotes and encourages thin bodies, because it is an industry that places a lot of emphasis on looks, on beauty, on these standards of beauty, which historically have been, have included thin bodies, have been, white thin bodies. This also probably happens with men more than they are aware. Like, not all those gym and food tricks are actually, well, yes. I mean, there is absolutely a gym bro to far right pipeline. And we have seen that. We've seen people like Bradley Martin. The motherfucker is in the gym with Nick Fuentes. This is absolutely a thing, that there is radicalizing that is happening via the fitness and wellness paths. And I've seen conversation around the radicalization of men via this pipeline. I'm not seeing enough around women. It's something that I have talked about, these like wellness and beauty and, wellness and beauty, like, YouTubers, like this type of content that can also serve as a radicalization pipeline for young women who primarily are the consumers of this content, and how the reason that there's an association with thinness and with fascism, and again, I know if you've never heard this concept before, if you don't know the history of this, that this has been thoroughly studied, you might laugh, but because when you are starving yourself, it removes your capacity to critically think. You cannot critically think, which means you are more easily controlled, which means you can be radicalized towards something like fascism when you are starving yourself. And then on top of that, when you are placing a lot of emphasis in like the rigidness, the routine of something like going to the gym, drinking your shakes, etc., etc. I've seen a streamer go from libbed up bodybuilder to fat shaming a guy's girlfriend on stream because she just isn't using the right macros and not understanding chat, getting mad at him. F that dude's so horrible. Yes. And I think people, when they go down this path, they may not even have the ability to see that they're being radicalized. Okay, so this is an article, The People's Ozempic, Thinness, White Supremacy, and Fascism. Ozempic has emerged as the latest symbol of society's cultural obsession with thinness, fueled by TikTok trends and pharmaceutical quick fixes. And I want to say too that like, this is not the same thing as wanting to take care of yourself, as wanting to be healthy, as wanting to look good and feel good. All right. So this is not me being like, you can never go to the gym. You can never eat a salad. If you care at all about aesthetics, if you care at all about how you look, you're a fascist. No, that is a complete and total misread of what I'm talking about here. My mother's a retired doctor who worked with a lot of children and teens with eating disorders and taught me a lot about how horrific it is. It's so sad seeing it become more popularized again. I remember I had a friend in college who had struggled for a long time with eating disorders. She had both bulimia and anorexia, and she had gone to rehab multiple times when she was in high school. I remember in college when there became more awareness around celiac disease, and suddenly you saw a lot of people being gluten-free. Now, for some people, they really do need to be gluten-free because they truly do have celiac disease. But for others, it was a way to have an eating disorder, but like provide a cover for it by saying, oh, I can't have gluten. I have celiac disease. Like, they were able to mask their eating disorder because of the kind of, I would say, new understanding, awareness, like just emergence of gluten-free diets and foods. Because when I was in college, like the gluten-free, because here's the thing, you want to know what happened? When she went gluten-free, then other girls I know went gluten-free. And then me, because I'm not immune, I was like, maybe I should be gluten-free. And I remember going to the grocery store and I spent way too much money that I didn't have on groceries. And the options at the time were like ass. So this is how I know too, that this was like it became a trend, because at that point there were not a lot of great gluten options or gluten-free options compared to, you know, now there's tons and tons more. But this definitely was a gluten-free era. And I say that while also acknowledging that that celiac disease really does exist, that like there are people who truly cannot consume gluten. Okay. But the other reality was that a lot of women used it as an excuse to not consume carbs, and women who already had a history of eating disorders. This has leaked over into politics. Trump and Hegseth have made it clear that they only want thin and strong men shown, even in recordings of the U.S. military. Remember Trump, who spoke at a military event? He made the entire crowd he was speaking to look good, and they had to cherry pick the people who showed up on camera. Yes, I mean, Pete Hegseth is a perfect example of this. This is a guy, you know, who shows off his his muscles, he's got his tats, like he's all about the aesthetics. And this can go hand in hand, not just can go, historically has gone hand in hand with fascism. And I promise you, we were going to get more into detail on that. Leisha Miller has a video on this. Let me just read this article first. All right. Recently, discussions around thinness and fat phobia reached a boiling point after content creator Slim Kim shared her body preferences, unapologetically rooted in fat phobia. And that's the thing, too. We live in a fat phobic society. Fat phobia is everywhere. Recently, I have seen the stands going head to head with like pictures of Rihanna and pictures of Beyonce and then pictures of Nicki Minaj. And this started because Beyonce went to like some F1 event, and there were pictures of her, and people started saying that she was fat. Oh, look at the difference between her edited photos. And then Beyonce stans thought that it was productive and good to like produce images of Rihanna looking fat as a way to counter the narrative that Beyonce was fat. And it was just this like, it was just this thing that I was seeing everywhere where I'm like, this is, do we understand how deranged this is? How fucking bad this is? That it's like, you're trying to defend your fave and make a point here by calling another woman fat, and like, not to mention it being these being black women. And of course we know that thinness, being a white being rooted in white supremacy, resulting from the slave trade when African bodies were being stolen, and how the association of African bodies with ugliness, with inferiority, of how the ideals of what a body should look like being the opposite of what a black body was, and that, being bigger, being muscular, that being associated with, as I said, inferiority, and also with like being having sub-intelligence, and all of these markers that still carry through today in the way that black women's bodies are uniquely treated from other women's bodies because of that racialized history, and how black women are frequently referred to as masculine. I'm thinking of Serena Williams, Michelle Obama, of how they have been transvestigated, of how they are their bodies are mocked because they don't fit that standard of white and extremely thin. Okay. Anyway, I have a lot of ideas that I know I'm just spitting out. Listening to the debate surrounding the supposed preference for thinness, I began to challenge the idea that wanting to be thin is simply a personal choice. Thinness isn't just a preference, it's a status symbol that has shaped beauty standards and defined societal hierarchies. While Ozempic is marketed as a diabetes drug, its widespread adoption as a weight loss tool reveals something far more insidious: the enduring grip of fat phobia, a system deeply intertwined with white supremacy and fascism, perpetuating harmful ideals under the guise of health and preference. And the thing is like, I'm a person who has an awareness of these things. And yet, because of being raised in a society that prioritized and gave preference to very thin white bodies, this is something that I still struggle with. Like, this is something that a lot of people struggle with. And because it is still societally what is hammered into us, like, we cannot escape it. We cannot escape it. So like, I still, could fall victim to diet culture, to like, not feeling that my body is good enough because I'm not 100 pounds. It can't go away. We cannot progress from this when we're back in the same shit as before. And what happened? Okay. Let's just keep reading. Fat phobia did not materialize out of thin air. It was cultivated to reinforce systems of white supremacy. Historians like Dr. Sabrina Strings, author of Fearing the Black Body, The Racial Origins of Fat Phobia, have traced the origins of fat stigma to 18th century Europe and the United States. During this period, colonial pseudoscience weaponized body size as a means to differentiate black women from white women, pathologizing larger black bodies as undesirable, uncivilized, and inherently inferior. Thinness, by contrast, became a marker of whiteness, morality, and social status. For white women, maintaining a thin figure was not just about beauty, but a way to perform racial superiority. This belief system reinforced the idea that controlling one's body through diet, restriction, and self-discipline was evidence of a higher moral character, aligning with the broader goals of white supremacy. And that's why we're seeing a lot of these like Andrew Tate motherfuckers who are using these ideals of self-discipline, of like, you know, here's how you look smacks or whatever that shit is, as a way to radicalize young men. Over time, thinness has transcended race, becoming a symbol of wealth and privilege across communities. For black women, thinness now operates as a form of social capital, a means to navigate a world that polices black bodies with even greater scrutiny. In spaces where thinness is equated with success, health, and desirability, black women are pressured to conform to these standards, further erasing the rich diversity of body types within black communities. And it's, you know, here, I'll share the link. Okay, Cynthia Erivo. Also, anonymous gifter, thank you. I'm so sorry, I was distracted. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Jeff, not Russian bot, thank you. Lesville Beam, John Carlo, Hogan, Shirtless Bartender, thank you. Okay, Cynthia Erivo. Cynthia Erivo is extremely thin. Extremely thin. And yet, Cynthia Erivo, because of the color of her skin, because even though she is extremely thin, she is, you know, she's got muscles. She has she has a bald head, lacking hair, absolutely plays a factor in this. She is still being cruelly mocked. She is still being cruelly mocked because she is, at the end of the day, a black woman who, despite being extremely thin, does not check the other boxes on what the ideal, you know, on what the idealized version of a woman, of womanhood looks like. And Cynthia has talked in the past. Let me see if I can find this quote. Cynthia has talked before about how Cynthia Erivo on too masculine. Yes. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can find. But anyway, she was talking about how just kind of her trying to find personal authenticity in how she looks, and just that she doesn't fit the, you know, she doesn't fit the ideal standards, yada yada. Okay, I swear I had that earlier, but anyway. Olay also did a brilliant video essay on this concept of lookism. Of course she did. Can always count on Olay to do a great video on a topic like this. Okay. So my point was that even with Cynthia being extremely thin, it's still, you know, it does not make her immune from the cruel comments deeming her inferior, and like making fun of her and calling her masculine, and that being a bad thing, and essentially trying to highlight that there's something worth making fun of her because of, you know, her being a muscular black woman. Ozempic's rise in popularity underscores how thinness has evolved into a commodity accessible primarily to those with financial privilege. It would be epic if Caroline did video essays. It's a dream of mine one day. I would love to, because essentially, like, when I'm on stream, it's a kind of stream of conscious thought, whereas a video essay, I would really be able to polish it and make my points as soundly as I would like to. It's just a different format. I do like talking about this stuff on stream because I do like to feel as if we're in conversation, and you guys say things in chat that add to the conversation. And it's just a different way of doing things. But yeah, one day, I don't know. I mean, maybe if I kind of burn out on streaming, or I just reach a point I can't stream as much as I can, I would like to try something like video essays. It's a stark reminder that the society equates thinness with better treatment, whether through greater access to opportunities, reduced medical bias, or societal validation. Thinness, much like wealth, has become a gatekeeper to social inclusion, reinforcing the divides between those who can afford to chase it and those who cannot. Fascism thrives on uniformity and control, and its relationship with body politics is no exception. Fatphobia aligns seamlessly with fascist ideologies by upholding rigid standards of what bodies should look like and who deserves full humanity. Fat bodies are cast as lazy, undisciplined, and undesirable, coded language that echoes broader societal disdain for those who deviate from white patriarchal norms. In fascist societies, the policing of bodies is both literal and symbolic. For example, eugenics movements often promoted ideal bodies as part of broader campaigns to engineer a superior race. Today, the cultural obsession with weight loss reflects those same fascist ideals, demanding conformity and punishing those who dare to exist outside the boundaries of acceptability. Understanding the relationship between fat phobia, white supremacy, and fascism is essential to dismantling these systems of oppression. This work begins with decolonizing our perceptions of bodies and rejecting the myth that thinness is synonymous with worth. And I'm telling you that for us to be free as a society, we have to eliminate things like fat phobia. And unfortunately, it is something that is still prevalent on like the leftist side of the spectrum. Fat phobia is so endemic and is so just baked into every facet of our society. I do fear it is like one of the last bosses, you know? And it is something that even in talking about it, you'll be met with ridicule. You'll be met with people rolling their eyes and being like, oh, so you think everyone should be obese? Oh, okay. And they'll post a photo of somebody from like a TLC show and be like, oh, so you want everybody looking like this? And of course, just all their bullshit that they reek of. But it's difficult. I mean, and the other thing too, with the body positivity movement, what happened was women who are extremely thin started to use, and not just women, but also, you know, just people in general who are contributing to the fat phobia in our culture, and who want to see just this prioritizing and continued upholding of extreme thinness. They tried to turn it around and be like, oh, so they tried to make it as if like women who are criticized for being too thin, that it's on the same as culturally critical level as women and really people who are fat. And that's just simply not true. The way that thin people in our society are treated versus the way fat people are treated, they are simply not comparable. And then also the way that extremely thin people were trying to then say, well, body positivity means that you can't say anything about my body. You can't say anything about thinness in society. And some people are very naturally thin. They just have naturally thin bodies. But a lot of other people have those bodies because they have eating disorders that are being reinforced because we still live in a society that reinforces that tells you that if you have fat on your body, if you're not the size of a stick, then you are inferior, that there is something wrong with you, and it is your fault. People forget that people gaining weight and becoming obese is also a sign of eating disorder as well, instead of extending real help for that over. Well, what happened too is, like, look, when we talk about health, when we talk about a healthy body, this is where people get it wrong, okay? They will still hold up an extremely thin body as a measure of health. And the reality is that health looks different for different people. There are people who are perfectly healthy. In fact, healthier than, say, somebody like an Asmongold who's super thin and who people might, well, actually, no, everybody knows he's very unhealthy. But anyway, the point being that somebody who has a very thin body, maybe they don't have that thin body through healthy means, but that it is still being treated as a healthier body over somebody who is overweight, who is not rail thin, even if that body is healthy. And no one is saying that in order to eliminate fat phobia from our society and to actually emphasize true healthiness over aesthetics, no one is saying that everyone should be at a dangerously obese weight level, at a level that would be a health issue as well. Like, that's so crazy. And it's always used as an excuse. It's such a bad faith bullshit argument. And it eliminates the rest of this conversation. And so every time I talk about this topic, you'll have these dumb assholes be like, oh, okay, so yeah, you want, as I said, you want everybody to be like on a TLC show. My 1,000-pound life. Even though BMI is still a standardized measurement of someone's health, even though everyone, including the doctors, know it's BS. Yeah, it's also in the way, people will balk when they hear that I weigh 165 pounds, sometimes 170, and they'll go, no way, that's not possible. You don't look it. And I know they don't mean anything by it, but again, that's reinforcing these pseudoscience ideas that the number on the scale, the number that you weigh, is going to be associated with, one, how you look, and two, with how healthy you are. I am 5'9". I am 5'9", and I have a genetically muscular frame. My body is naturally muscular. So that muscle weighs a lot. When I was in 8th grade and had no boobs, right? No curves, nothing. I was still 150 pounds. I was 5'8". I was 150 pounds from when I was 12 years old. Did you do sports? Yes, I did a lot of sports. And so that is something that I think I've always been grateful for, is that I have never paid too much attention to the number on the scale, because if I did, then I think I would have felt a lot worse about myself. If I were to be like 160 pounds, well, that's a lot of weight, and girls should be like 120 pounds and because I knew how I looked and for the most part felt pretty good, and everything else be damned. And I know right now that my body is not as healthy as I would like it to be. It's not a matter of like, oh my God, I want to lose 30 pounds so I look skinnier. It's, I need my body to be healthier. I need to be taking better care of my body. And that's something that is continuously a work in progress, that like I need to fix as best as I can chronic issues that I have. I don't want to be feeling tired all the time. I can't be eating chips as much as I do for like a full meal. It's just, that ain't it, right? But that's not the same thing as me looking in the mirror, no matter how I look, no matter how healthy my body is, and going, I just need to lose weight. I just need to lose weight. I just need to lose weight. Like, so I'm trying to use myself as a difference, I think, in mentality of, do you need to lose weight because it will actually like make you healthier, and because you have, the extra weight is putting extra pressure on your joints and it's causing pain and et cetera, or because that is our fat phobic society consistently reinforcing that you need to lose weight, and that to be a better person, to succeed, to just be morally good, you need to lose weight. You need to keep shrinking. You need to be thin, and you need to be thin like this. As Black women, we must reclaim our bodies from these oppressive systems, choosing... Okay, to be clear, if you're not watching stream, I've gone back to reading the article, not me being like, as Black women, we must reclaim our bodies from these oppressive systems, choosing joy, liberation, and self-determination over conformity. The fight against fat phobia is not just about body positivity. It is a political act of resistance against white supremacy and fascism. The rise of Ozempic as a people's drug reveals the extent to which thinness continues to be a cultural obsession and a tool of oppression. By confronting the racialized history of fat phobia and its entanglement with white supremacy, we can begin to dismantle the systems that police our bodies and deny our humanity. All comes back to humanity, folks. True liberation comes when we refuse to let our worth be dictated by the size of our bodies, embracing instead the infinite ways in which we exist and thrive. And the last thing on that I will say, and then we'll watch Leisha Miller's video, is there's a difference with having this conversation the way we are, and as it relates back to the actresses on the set of Wicked. There's a difference between that, and I think it's an important and necessary and nuanced conversation, and then just using any opportunity to deride women, to hold them to impossible standards, to like constantly treat them as their worth solely being the way that they look. So I get all of it. I get that people are like, oh my God, I'm tired of talking about women's bodies. Oh my God, women just can't win. Oh my God, the patriarchy, misogyny. Yeah, but that's not an excuse to not be having these conversations when it's something that is also not new. It's not new that actresses, that women in the spotlight are driven towards really extreme thinness, that they, you know, that they worry they won't have a career, that they'll be passed over for roles, that just the pressure that is put on them externally and then that is internalized to be very, very, very skinny to the point of it being unhealthy, that pressure is constant. It's constant, you know? And I think it's also like kind of the nature of this conversation also being the nature of like the plastic surgery conversation. And that also, I think requires like thoughtfulness and nuance and acknowledging like, yes, the beauty industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry that has only continued to grow, and it relies on women, you know, it relies on women succumbing to societal pressures and believing that they are not good enough, that there is, you know, this product, this surgery, that surgery that's going to give them more worth, that look, I say this as like, I participate in this too. I understand that. And I also want to feel good about myself. I also want to look, you know, I want to look good. I like makeup. I like the, you know, I like hair stuff. But it's that line we cross into when our insecurities that come from external societal pressures becomes this battle with our self-worth, and that we believe spending money, right? Being a consumer, you know, changing everything on our, you know, changing things on our faces and our bodies is what will make us acceptable, is what will make us finally worthy in the eyes of the culture that we are in, and that, you know, our value is tied to the way that we look. Like, so it's a complicated thing. It's a complicated conversation to have. And I think it also, you know, I think this also ties into the fat phobia conversation, and just these beauty standards that have been pushed on us. And even when various movements come and go, when there's different trends, that there are still these persistent standards. As someone who is naturally very thin and gained weight with age, I've felt this. Not dieting feels like an act against the patriarchy. My male doctor asked me to lose weight despite my very average BMI. He was comparing my current weight to my weight years ago and made a judgment about it based on nothing. And I'm sure you've experienced this, like I've heard from other people, like I've read from other people, where when somebody loses weight, the way that they are treated differently, the way that people open doors for them, like speaking, you know, on women, like people open doors for them, but also with men, that like people are just nicer, and that they just treat them better. And it's something that's just it's something that's so persistent, and something where if you are somebody who has lost weight, you've probably experienced this. And on the inverse, if you are someone who's gained weight, you've probably experienced this as well. Do you mean open doors literally or professionally or both? Both. Like I've seen women talk about how when they lost weight, just the attention that they got from men, like, ooh, here, let me get the door for you, like just the compliments and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, this is something that the fat phobia in our society does not solely affect women. And we talk about how, you know, we talk about how a patriarchal culture will put restraints on women, but it is also men who are, you know, men are also adversely affected under the patriarchy. Like it is not liberatory for anybody. It is not freedom. I'm not a woman, but I'm also one of those naturally thin people. And just hours ago at work, I had a coworker comment on how I don't have weight to lose. It's just, you know, all these little comments that just, as I said, reinforce this culture we exist in. My sister, for instance, lost weight. She was always like a bigger kid, and she struggled with it when she was younger, and she would compare herself to her siblings and just, you know, difference in genetics. And it was something she always felt insecure about. And the year she lost weight, she gained a lot of confidence, and I was happy for her to feel confident and to feel good about herself. But I also noticed the way that people would treat her differently, and the comments that were made, and like how, you know, she would be praised for losing that weight. And she was, you know, she was always beautiful, but it's just something that it's seen as like a marker of success, that it was like, I don't know. I mean, then you get into like the family trauma, but that I think she was seeking validation even more so than just feeling good about herself for, you know, feeling good about herself for being the weight that she was at, and seeking validation because losing weight will always bring, you know, will just bring a lot of adulation and people praising you and anyway, and some of these things, again, it's like, it's not that it's like explicitly nefarious, right? Like I don't want you to take away from this that I'm saying if you lose weight, you're a bad person, or that if you lose weight, or if you know, whatever, we all participate in this, and it's not something that I want to discourage anybody from their health goals, or from, you know, trying to feel their best. But I think it's just reckoning with how oppressive these body standards, these beauty standards still are, and how just the rise that I've been seeing on the internet, in particular, in fat phobia, just all over the place, how that absolutely is a rise, you know, associated not just on the internet, but in the real world as well, with the with far right ideology. You know, it's genuinely a concern. Dick Cheney's oil money, thank you for the 28 months. Anonymous, thank you. Def Not Russian Bot, thank you. As someone with PCOS and having a nearly impossible time losing weight, trying for years to get my weight down has been incredibly discouraging in this society. Yeah, and then it's like people will mock you for, like, if you're, you know, they'll post a photo of somebody like of an overweight person at the gym and mock them, and it's like, what? There's no winning. On the opposite is a man who struggles with weight. I used to be 119 pounds at 6'1". I struggle with the balance of weight, societal pressures, and nutrition, along with comments throughout my life of being too skinny. Yes, and then of course there's the, there's the male body standards, and what we've seen too is like really this rise in the gym bro, in everybody on fucking steroids, and we've even seen how that's affected. Like in Hollywood, where I talk about this all the time, there's no such thing as just like the dad bod, like the real dad bod. When you look at action heroes like Bruce Willis back in the 80s and the 90s, and then you compare to how like the fucking nerd character looks in a Marvel movie, it's crazy. Like the process that Kumail Nanjiani went through for the Marvel film, and like these male actors who it doesn't matter if they're like playing a role that typically does not rely on them having a 12 pack and 0% body weight, and yet that now being a new standard. It's like, oh, you book this role in a studio film? Well, 8 months in the gym, green smoothies only. Yeah, where a dad bod now is somebody who still has a 6-pack. As a man who struggles with gaining weight, I got shamed for being lanky and skinny and being told I'm not a real man because I'm not huge. Yeah. That's why I'm like, we all need to be liberated. We all need to be freed.
Miller. I don't know about you, but my For You page has been dominated by discussions about the rise in popularity of extreme thinness, perpetuated partially by the current press tour for the second installment of the Wicked franchise. Many people have noted the extreme change in body fat percentages of the cast members, specifically Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo, and Michelle Yeoh, all of whom appeared on red carpets recently looking especially gaunt. This has sparked a larger conversation about how extreme thinness is actually reinforced and perpetuated by fascism, and that it is no coincidence that thin is once again in now that we have a fascist regime controlling the government. But is that true? Is there really a massive government conspiracy to keep women thin and hungry so that we can't fight back when the revolution comes? Commentary about bodies online tends to trend towards black and white thinking, and I think that is also happening here. It also tends to ignite a firestorm of back and forth, of debate, in a way that few other subjects online tend to do. I made one offhanded single-sentence comment in a video a couple weeks ago about how I don't like diet culture because I think there are better things to be doing than starving yourself, and y'all had more to say about that single line than about the entire rest of the video, and there's a lot to unpack there, which we'll get into. So I wanted to get to the bottom of this discussion and figure out correlation versus causation, cause and effect. Are we all getting more obsessed with thinness because of the fascist takeover in the White House? This headline from CNN caught my eye. Cynthia Erivo shields Ariana Grande from barrier jumping fan. It is this video that has helped to spark the discussions about thinness and fascism online. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can see that in the US, CNN is considered left-leaning. To get the big picture, I can click on full coverage, which will show me coverage of the same story from publications across the political spectrum. My partner on today's video, Ground News, uses 3 independent monitoring organizations to assess the bias rating for each publication. Each news monitoring organization has their own methodology, including editorial reviews, blind bias surveys, independent reviews, and third-party research.
What's the far-right culture and beauty publication that that came to be as a way to like oppose the body positivity movement? No, it's called Evie. Yes. Yeah. Evie magazine. Evie magazine was essentially the alt-right's answer to Cosmopolitan and other magazines that were that we're promoting the body positivity movement. Here it is. Here's an example. The era of pretending, I'm not going to fucking subscribe, obviously. The era of pretending women didn't want to be skinny is over. And this is not a like cultural piece that is analyzing how thinness was never out. And like, it's not a, you know, it's what it is saying, ha ha, see, we were right. There are multiple, there's an entire subgenre on this site that is dedicated to denouncing the body positivity movement and advocating for thinness and advocating for, you know, white supremacist standards. It's a very, yeah, it's trad wifey. It's all about like traditional femininity.
These are legitimately independent organizations, but they are limited by the data available to them. Their analysis is done in the context.
Here's a quote. Here's a quote from a writer, Gina Florio. At some point, we have to ask ourselves whether we really want to promote healthy, realistic images to young women, or if we want to simply appease the progressive mob and their ever-changing standards of tolerance and acceptance. Florio is responsible for 5 out of 7 EV articles and is the author of Fat and Unhappy, How Body Positivity is Killing Us.
Of the U.S. political system. Our Overton window has shifted so far right that CNN is considered left-leaning. That tells you a lot about the context within which the media you're consuming operates. And thanks to Ground News, I get even more context, including how factual each publication is and who owns it, giving me a well-rounded idea of the motivations, biases, and accuracy of the news I'm consuming. Wouldn't it be great if everyone in America had that much information about the news they consume? Because depending on where you or your family members get the news, you're going to get very different takes on the same story. This is where Ground News comes in and why I've been using them for over a year. Today's partner, Ground News, is an app and website
CNN
that
being
offers
called left-leaning is very funny.
Read, providing context to understand the full picture. I feel better equipped to make sense of what's happening in the world
CNN.
without being influenced by just one perspective. And I'm not the only one who loves Ground News. The Nobel Peace Center even called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. I'm always really impressed with Ground News.
You know that communist rag.
If you want to stay informed on U.S. politics and more, subscribe through this QR code or my link below at ground.news.
The C standing for Communist News Network.
Unlimited Access Vantage Plan. It comes out to $5 a month for unlimited access to all the features I've mentioned. Thanks, Ground News. First, let me take a step back to quickly define fascism, because it is a term that has been thrown around a lot lately, I think for good reason, but people tend to dismiss it as just an epithet that doesn't mean anything anymore because we use it as a label for everything. And the reality is that fascism is hard to define. It doesn't fit into a box like other isms tend to do, and it is entirely dependent on the state in which it arises. Robert Paxton's book, The Anatomy of Fascism, helps to give us a kind of definition. Under Paxton's interpretation, fascism is a mass anti-liberal, anti-communist movement, radical in its willingness to employ force, where nationhood and membership in a dominant class is put above all else, and where national unity and distinction from a class of deplorable others is reinforced by the state. And by anti-liberal, he didn't mean liberals like we use the term in modern United States, like liberals versus conservatives. He meant the term like liberalism to mean liberal economics, the idea of unrestricted free trade, a la neoliberalism, or what some might call globalism today. So an anti-liberal, anti-communist, pro-nationalist movement that revolves around membership to a prescribed group, and anyone outside that group is seen as a threat, as others in need of elimination in one way or another. The unique thing about fascism is that it matters where it develops, because 1930s Germany was far more susceptible to the argument in favor of putting the nation above the individual, whereas 2020's United States, fascism is wielded by appealing to the rugged individualism that is so ingrained in US culture. But the pieces are all there. There's the tariffs to reinforce protectionism and bring back manufacturing and fight against globalization. There's the radical willingness to use force exhibited on January 6th, 2021, and perpetuated in our streets every day now by a growing Gestapo made up of untrained, militarized, masked men who kidnap people off the streets as our government cheers. And those people being taken, the immigrants, the others, seen as such a threat to the nation, to the sense of nationhood that they claim is being eroded by our open borders, are being constantly vilified and stereotyped in seemingly never-ending propaganda pumped out by the government. The pieces are all there. Robert Paxton himself, after January 6th, determined that Trump's regime can rightfully be called fascist, okay? So it's important to take a moment to acknowledge that it is not an overstatement to call Trump a fascist or his regime fascist. Leading scholars of fascism use the term to describe this regime. We are not being hyperbolic when we are saying that we are living under an increasingly fascist regime, okay? And it is true that historically, fascist regimes like Hitler's, like Mussolini's, placed a lot of emphasis on bodies, on the physical human form as a symbol of nationhood. Arno Brecker was—
Of course, because they were pushing eugenics. They were pushing this belief that certain genetics are superior, that it was not something that could be challenged, that it was simply fact. And of course that meant abled bodies over disabled. Of course that meant white over, black, brown, anything not white. Of course that meant thin over not thin. This idea that there are genetics, that there are bodies, there are beauty standards that are simply superior.
Hitler's favorite sculptor, and he helped create the mythology of the Aryan race in Nazi Germany. Perfectly proportioned, lean, muscular male figures and slender, athletic women. The agile, athletic body ideal was directly tied in Nazi propaganda with the strength and health of the nation, which was a really enticing image in a country that was struggling to regain its strength after World War I. The first president of the Weimar Republic in Germany between World War I and the rise of Hitler, Friedrich Ebert, was photographed in a bathing suit next to Defense Minister Gustav Noske, and the two were openly mocked for years afterwards because of how unfit they both looked. The public seeing this as a metaphor for the weak and flabby state of the government of Germany after the First World War. Of course, Hitler himself wasn't exactly the model of perfect athletic Aryan beauty, but we've all seen Trump and his golfing whites. That doesn't really seem to matter, as Robert
But you know what's so funny to me is how MAGA people will constantly AI generate photos of Trump with a six-pack. Like, put Trump into a Chad body,
Paxton told the New York Times, quote, "Focusing on leaders," Paxton has long held, "is a distraction when trying to understand fascism. What you ought to be studying is the milieu out of which they grew," Paxton said. "For fascism to take root, there needs to be an opening in the political system, which is the loss of traction by the traditional parties," he said. "There needs to be a real breakdown. Fascist movements succeed," Paxton wrote, "in environments in which liberal democracy stood accused of producing divisions and decline." And that was true in post-World War I Germany, and it sure as hell is true today in the United States, where income inequality is at an all-time high, and people are going bankrupt just trying to pay for housing, food, education, childcare, and medical bills, the basics to keep themselves alive. The MAGA movement has capitalized on this desperation and directed it into hatred for their chosen other, immigrants. And much like the current milieu in the United States is ripe for fascism, it's also ripe for the re-emergence of the heroin chic aesthetic. But the thesis that I would like to present to you today is that while I think it serves the fascist agenda, I think that this is merely a happy coincidence for the fascists.
Yeah, I mean, in simple terms, fascism is about an in-group and then an out-group. And also fascism is inherently an empty ideology. It is self-devouring, and it is one that emphasizes control. And so when talking about bodies, when talking about thinness, it is seen as a moral imperative to be thin, as it is dominance over the body. And it aligns, of course, with the Hitlerian, but even before Hitler, the European beauty standards that are associated with a thin body and with white skin.
And not the result of some vast fascist conspiracy. Because it turns out we've been policing...
It's also another way to distract people within the idea of something that they can control. Yes. And I get it because see, and this is why like it's complex. It's complex because I understand that look, there are plenty of people who are not radicalized to the right, who are not fascists, who view fitness, who view working out as a way, as a form of control. Will Neff, for instance, Will is a person who loves the gym. He loves to have his body feel strong. He loves to work on his body in that sense. And for him, it's a form of control, and a form of control that also keeps his mental illness at bay. So I'm not saying like everyone who has that kind of attitude towards fitness is like playing, you know, is a fascist or playing in the hands of fascists. But when specifically looking at how fascism has been associated with control of bodies, and how there is a radicalization that's occurring where control of the body, extreme control, you know, thinness being treated as an imperative, as a measure of worthiness, like that is happening, and that has historically happened. So different forms of control. Yes. And Will is not a person who like Will is not a person who is being radicalized by somebody who is emphasizing how, oh, you can take control of your body and therefore your life. And also I will take control of you because now you are, you know, now you are like my disciple. And no, so yeah. So anyway, I know a lot of people utilize fitness for their mental health and mental wellness, and that's important. Like I get that. So for the 10th time in having this discussion, I don't want y'all to think that I'm saying that if you go to the gym or if fitness is important to you, then you're a fascist or that you're being radicalized to fascism. But for others who do not have critical thinking skills, or whose critical thinking skills are being eroded and who are vulnerable towards radicalization, this is a pipeline. This can be a pipeline. Yeah. And examine your motivations. Yes. It would be really funny to pretend you think that so you can farm a clip. Yeah. You juxtapose that next to like Will or Hassan talking about fitness. And I'm over here like, if you go to the gym, you are a fascist. I'm like super woke. I, in fact, am the woker. I have so many examples of propaganda pieces from Nazi Germany that speak to this. It's such an overt theme, and it's central. Our fellow, our resident history grad, is central to the creation of the idea of Volk, people that excludes undesirables. There's also an interesting book on fascism and fashion for women in Nazi Germany, but I can't remember the name right now. Right. So when we talk about these things from history, it doesn't mean that it's applicable in every single situation. When we talk about the connection between fascism and fashion, it doesn't mean that if you like care about fashion, that if you're into that, then you are playing into the hands of fascism, right? So it's not these total generalizations. You want to know how I got these striations?
And wait for a long, long time. And that policing serves not to uphold fascism, but instead to uphold the various ideologies that happen to serve fascism, like eugenics, the patriarchy, and neoliberalism. And listen, I can already picture the comments section. Some of you may think it's really not all that deep. In fact, I went unwillingly into the bowels of Reddit to understand some of this health-based body policing ideology, and I found myself in a subreddit called Fat Logic.
Oh, God. Oh, the things you do when you're making a video essay. That's because the idea of fitness isn't inherently fascist. Fascism having such tropes is because fascism in different ways always tries to separate people and achieve what's greatest for the inside group. And evolutionary and health-wise, we know being normal, fit, and healthy is what's good, so they turn this very thing into segregation and fascism. Yeah, and it's a separation between the like concept of fitness and health, and then it being nefariously turned into like these white supremacist ideals and standards, and how fascists, yeah, as you said, fascists separate, you know, the whole point is to have an in-group and an out-group, and them dictating the standards for what is in the in-group, and utilizing, and now, you know, when we're talking about the like fitness to alt-right pipeline, the way that alt-right ideology has become more normalized within mainstream politics and within culture. And so how we're seeing like we're seeing this pop up all over the place, where a wellness influencer is suddenly like a wellness influencer is suddenly promoting a like traditionalism, and then that getting into like being anti-vaccine, and just how that all, you know, how that all spirals. Look at how RFK and Hegseth talk about obesity being fit is your patriotic duty. Yes. So the far right has made enormous strides in normalizing their ideology within our current political system and also within culture. So I think it's important to be like, not just talking about the history here per like Nazi Germany, but looking at how this is manifesting today, and how something that might not on the surface seem nefarious and you know, with the potential to dangerously radicalize people, when you go below the surface and you recognize how when you recognize its historical roots, like you can see what I'm talking about then. And it is worrisome how we are at a point in time that far right ideology has been normalized to this extent. And in order to, you know, in order to stop it and to stop people from falling down this path, you have to be able to identify it. You have to be able to recognize when and where and why it's occurring. The Do Ruddy column, thank you for the prime.
As far as I can tell, is a community of 35,000 weekly visitors who see themselves as healthy or aspiring to be healthy and promoting health, and feel that they are diametrically opposed to what they call FAs, or fat activists, who are engaged in, quote, lengthy diatribes about how everything is society's fault. According to the page's About section, quote, falling victim to fat logic means accepting misinformation that will harm efforts to keep your body at a healthy weight or lose weight if you need to do so. There is so much to unpack about this, but
it's like, you know, the posts you see where it's like, this is what every man wants, and it's some maybe AI generated, probably AI generated, but it'll be like a white woman with double D boobs, but super skinny with abs. And she's got a baby on her hip, a little, you know, Aryan looking child, blonde hair, blue eyes. and then 2 other young children behind her, and she's wearing a bikini or maybe she's wearing like a little dress or whatever. Because they can't, which one is it? Is it that women showing skin is bad, or that women covered up is bad? I don't know. But it's shit like that, right? Where you see that, and that's, I think, a more obvious example. But what it is like, is exactly what this white supremacist idealized version of a woman, of a family, of what our culture should look like. Real men want XYZ. Yeah. Yeah. And it's so funny too, because on the one hand, it's like these pro-natalist freaks keep pushing, and the far right keeps pushing this idea, this belief that the birth rate is falling, that women need to do their duty and have children, and yet at the same time want women to be extremely thin. And it's like, do you understand that for a body of a woman to be able to carry and deliver a child, that doesn't go hand in hand with being unhealthily skinny? Do we get that? Caroline, I just landed man number 1 in Les Mis. Do you hear the people singing the songs of angry men? Congratulations. So exciting. That's fucking awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Noted some common objections that these health warriors had to so-called fat activists, equating thinness with fascism, because I have seen these same ideas swirling all over the place online, including in my own comment section. Those objections...
I'm pregnant for the first time and still not showing. Congratulations on being pregnant, but I hate to admit that I'm so concerned about getting bigger, because I've been pretty thin my entire life. I don't know how to change my brain, unfortunately, and shift my mindset on respecting my body and growing a human. Yeah, that's because of this cultural and political bullshit that's being shoved down our throats, which is that, oh, you should have a baby, but also you should look like this. And then if you look like this, that's bad. And also if you don't immediately, as soon as you've given birth, like bounce back to creating 3 homemade meals a day and raising 100 children and doing all of this, doing your domestic duties, then you're not a real woman, and yada, yada, yada. And it's fucking bullshit. But also, this is what we're talking about, that it is these pressures that have always existed, but also are more prominent when we see a rise in fascism, in far right ideology inseminated into our culture. And anyway, just the most important thing, and you know this, the most important thing is that you take care of your body and the health of the child that you're growing. And you have to do what's good for the both of you. And that is what matters. And it will be, I'm not going to say that's going to like take away the struggle that you are feeling. And I'm sorry that's something that you even have to consider through no fault of your own, as you are doing something as intensive as growing a child in you. It is so intense. Like pregnancy, the way that pregnancy changes a woman's body is still something that I think people are ashamed to talk about. They're not allowed to talk about. People don't care. They don't understand. Like, just how drastic of changes it can produce while you are pregnant, after you've given birth, a year after you've given birth. Postpartum depression is still something that we lack a general understanding of. We lack the empathy for people who experience what is incredibly common to experience, and that is PPD. Anyway, I wish you good health. I wish you a safe pregnancy, and just take care of your body, you know. There's so many women who go into the process knowing nothing about it or what will happen to their bodies during and after because it's never talked about. Yes, and these expectations of like what their pregnancy should be, what they should look like after they have, you know, after they give birth, what that child, you know, they should immediately connect with their child. They should immediately bounce back. Like, I have never been, I have never had a child. I have not had that experience. And yet I know these things to be true. Okay, Farley, yes. Yes, Farley. Never forget about Farley. He is my baby. He'll always be my baby. Weirdest thing that happened to me after pregnancy is the nausea. I didn't have morning sickness, but after giving birth, even thinking about a roller coaster makes me want to puke. Yeah, and sometimes people have morning sickness with one child and then another one they don't. I don't know. It's just the never-ending expectations and pressures that just continue, and it's frustrating and it's maddening. And your pregnancy should be something that you shouldn't, you know, you have so many other things that you have to think about and that are going on with your body, and it should not be, you know, you shouldn't have to think about how you look. That shouldn't be something that anyone should have to consider. And you know what, too? It's like these little comments when somebody who's thin is pregnant and they're like, oh my God, you're barely showing and you're 6 months pregnant. And it's that kind of stuff that just reinforces these harmful beliefs, you know? It keeps us trapped. And I don't know. It's the kind of little... It's those kinds of statements that may seem small but are actually quite big. There's so many unexpecteds with childbirth too. You can't even talk about. My wife lost 3 liters of blood with our first child. We had no idea what happened. It's impossible to predict. Even in our modern age, with all the knowledge and technology and modern medicine, et cetera, that we have, women are still dying in childbirth, especially Black women. Women are still, you know, can risk. There's the risk of death. Remember when we were covering that story of the insane VC bitch who had hired this surrogate, and then the surrogate almost died in childbirth. Crazy story. And just that reality, the reality that sure, you know, women aren't giving birth on the dirt as like that's the only option you have now. But even in even in a modern hospital, like the health risks, the whatever, you know, anything can happen. Societal attitudes towards postpartum bodies is disgusting. Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, God, my friend just had a baby. My friend just had a baby, And a month after she had the baby, she was lamenting that she doesn't have her old body, that she was looking at old photos of herself. And mind you, she's 28. And even after having given birth, a month after having given birth, like she looked great, you know? She just gave fucking birth. Anybody who's just given birth, I'm going to look at them and be like, you're amazing, okay? You gave birth to a human being. You're incredible. Anyway, it was just like this conversation that I was in where she was talking about how, you know, she's like, oh, my body. And then a friend of mine who had also had a baby, who's also a really tiny person, she was like, oh yeah, it took me XYZ. And I'm like, I remember how you looked after you had your baby, and the fact that you were feeling bad about your postpartum body. I mean, it's just, it's sad and it's frustrating, and it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable the pressures that are placed on women's appearances, even if they've just had a fucking baby.
Include that it's not that deep. Not everything has to be political. Though I feel like if you're watching my content, you probably already understand that nothing happens in a vacuum and everything is political if you just take a second to rub two brain cells together and think about it. That's not to say that everything is a conspiracy, but everything exists within society.
Did you see the story about the lady Mercedes who was wheeled out of the hospital to give birth on the side of the road?
Absolutely influenced by the society we exist in. To pretend otherwise is willfully ignorant. Okay? And then a lot of the other arguments that they had against the idea that thinness serves fascism, I think stems from this idea, which again I've seen all over the internet, that there is a very strict binary here. Anyone who isn't preaching the gospel of maintaining a healthy weight is instead advocating for everyone to be so immobilized by their obesity that they can hardly get off the couch, which is also, I think,
right. That's the point that I was making, that they just come in with the most bad faith arguments. Norks, what I would say to you too is like, try to focus instead that if you start showing more, if you don't start showing more, you know, whatever it is, like the emphasis is that you have a healthy pregnancy. And I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that you're feeling that pressure and that, you know, you get those comments, because those comments just reinforce the need to like not look pregnant when you're pregnant, which is absurd. And also, yes, your pre-pregnancy body may not be your new normal. You know, I know there's a lot physically and mentally you're probably going through because you are growing a human in you, which is crazy, you know, but it's also awesome. And you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. You'll be okay. And if anybody says shit, you know what? You just snap at them. You are more than well within your right to be a fucking to be a bitch to people who are deserving it. If anybody says anything, you just snap at them. Permission to snap.
A willfully ignorant interpretation of the body positivity movement. Is there problematic behavior within the online body positivity movement as well? You bet your ass there is. But from my experience, consuming that content for literally a decade at this point, whether I wanted to or not, the general idea that is most often touted by people in the body positive community is that a person can be healthy while not fitting the stereotypical ideals of what a healthy body should look like. That the BMI scale doesn't actually dictate a person's lived experience in their own body, because some people can feel fine and have perfectly healthy test results and exist and function normally and still be considered obese on the BMI scale. That thin people who do fit the body ideal could be incredibly ill. That judging a person's worth based on the size of their body is problematic, and that there is discrimination that happens against fat people because our society has placed certain levels of worthiness onto people. That calories in versus calories out doesn't capture the whole picture of a person's weight and health, that things like poverty, childhood trauma, and mental health disorders and autoimmune disorders that are, especially in women, criminally understudied and misunderstood, play a huge role in someone's weight and someone's ability to lose weight or gain weight or maintain a healthy weight. At its best, the body positivity movement helps to complicate the conversations we have around weight and health, because it's not black and white, and we actually know very little relatively about nutrition and how the body works, despite all the advances in modern medicine that do exist. But for the people in the Fat Logic subreddit and in comment sections across the internet, having those conversations just glorifies being unhealthy and is nothing more than a misunderstanding of the clearly established basics of biology and physics. Okay, but instead of fully engaging in those arguments, I do actually want to take a step back, because this is a symptom of a larger issue that we should have a conversation about when we're talking about bodies and how they are policed in order to serve the ends of the government. Because what all of these conversations revolve around, whether within the Fat Logic subreddit or the body positivity movement or elsewhere, is this ideal of being quote unquote healthy. Not only that there is one singular ideal of what healthy looks like, but that it is assumed that all self-respecting people should strive for that singular ideal of health. And whether or not someone strives for health determines their worth on some level. This pervasive obsession with health, or even trying to convince people that health can exist at every size, kind of turns us into the proverbial fish that is so surrounded by water they don't even realize they're swimming in it. In trying to convince people that fat people can still be healthy, we are taking for granted what health is, and that it should be the ultimate end goal for everyone, and that someone's failure to at least attempt to be healthy is a deep moral failing. Once we step back and identify that assumption, now we can start having conversations around the politics of bodies. Instead of infighting in the comments section over whether or not Ariana Grande is healthy, let's discuss why we have placed so much moral emphasis on health to begin with, because that is its own social construct that has been orchestrated and promoted by individuals and governments for centuries. I'm, of course, not the first person to ever make this point. There's a great book called Fearing the Black Body, The Racial Origins of Fat Phobia by Dr. Sabrina Strings. So if I haven't convinced you that it is, in fact, that deep, please consider giving that book a read. It's really revelatory, because when we start examining how notions of health and what is the correct body to have shifted and changed throughout history, that's when we start to see how these notions perhaps are not orchestrated by fascism, but are certainly convenient for fascism to thrive. If we go back to the Renaissance, which was the 1300s.
Disabled are left out of this convo all the time. Yes, that is absolutely true. And it's something that I know, I know that I am not perfect at considering the obstacles, both visible and invisible, because it's just so pervasive that disabled people face. That gyms not being set up for the disabled, just a lot of examples of how, oh, did my microphone get louder? A lot of examples of how disabled people from the jump are excluded in our society. So a lot of times, like even in these conversations around these political and cultural issues, the absolute lack of consideration towards the disabled community. BVTTS, thank you for the Prime. Thank God I'm not crazy. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. So in the book that she's talking about there too, Fearing the Black Body, The Racial Origins of Fat Phobia, Sabrina Strings gets into, so she outlines how the transatlantic slave trade colonists, they associated heaviness, they associated heaviness and like fat bodies with not even fat bodies necessarily. It was more of just anything that wasn't like thin, anything that was not super thin. But that being associated with low intellectual capacity and low intellectual capacity for self-discipline. So the connection between not being thin and not being self-disciplined and then being weak, right? Being inferior. And so because of this association, this pseudo race science popped up, which instructed the public on like what was morally good and what was not, what was superior and what was inferior, and all of it being supposedly backed up by science, but it was eugenics. Like it was pseudoscience. It was shit that was constructed in order to push this, in order to push the ideals of white supremacy. Also just a bad person. No self-discipline is an evil trait. It's the same. I mean, it's the same attitude as like when we look at a homeless person and we see that as a pure moral failing, right? And we have no empathy for homeless people because we see that as, oh, that is because they have no self-discipline. That is because they are morally weaker. That is because due to their own personal failings, they have ended up where they are, and that's their problem to solve. What you want me to my tax dollars should go to this? There's also an old school puritanical history of restricting food and being seen as more religious and thus better. Yeah, like you don't get dinner and instead you have to pray for 5 hours. Mental health issues were treated as being weaker. Right. Yes. Yeah, any type of disability deeming you as weak and inferior, and you being pushed into the out group because of that.
Through the 1600s, the aesthetic of the Rubenesque woman was the European beauty standard. These women were stately, to say the least, often somewhat muscular thanks to the influence of Greek art on the Renaissance, but also full-figured. Some might say, God forbid, fat.
Yeah, fasting
Fatness
to make yourself closer
wealth,
to God.
But also fertility, especially where you have a societal system dominated by feudal lords and the peasants who serve them. Then came the transatlantic slave trade, the growth of the sugarcane trade that allowed for imports of larger and larger amounts of sugar into Europe, making it a lot more affordable and accessible to the everyday commoner. It was the increase in sugar consumption that helped precipitate a growing awareness of fatness and body mass because, oh no, now the poors are getting fat. But it was the othering of enslaved Africans that helped precipitate the fear and dread of having a higher body fat percentage. The European fascination with the wild, uncivilized black body is best exemplified in the story of the South African woman named Sarah Bartman, who was put on display as a kind of freak show.
Sandwich Slayer, did you pre-watch?
In the early 1800s. People from all across Europe would come to gawk at her because she was allegedly double-cheeked up, and the Europeans saw it as a sort of living natural history museum. Not a human, but simply a freakish example of the exoticism of the African continent. She died at the age of 26 in 1815, and afterwards her remains, including her brain, genitalia, skeleton, and a body cast, were put on display in various museums. Her skeleton and body cast were displayed facing away from the viewer to emphasize continued interest in her exotic proportions, and remained on display until the mid-1970s. Her remains were eventually repatriated to her homeland in South Africa and officially buried in August 2002. Like, history is not that distant from us, you know? The point is that it was around this.
And that's why, like, it was obviously painful for Black women when the trend of getting BBLs, of being slim, thick, of, you know, the Kardashians really popularizing this via plastic surgery, when this really started to emerge in, mid 2000s, because Black women have been historically, mistreated and treated as a freak show like this, or just their bodies being deemed inferior while also being hypersexualized as well. And then fast forward, you have, I'm just going to ban this person. All their comments are just fat, especially fat, makes you fatter. That's not somebody who needs to be here. Well, sometimes they said fat. Well, a typo. Anyway, it was just like the appropriation of Black women's bodies that was like a trend popularized by people like the Kardashians. And then, the trends changed and the Kardashians got rid of their manufactured curves. They all got on Ozempic. They all, became super duper thin. And that's the thing. It's like, it's not a costume to put on and take off when there's a very long, very tragic racialized history in going back to the slave trade. No, but actually, as a Black woman, it was painful to be mocked for my fat ass. Meanwhile, these women were getting praised for it and were taking them out when it was no longer cool. Yes, and that's why it was very problematic. They made up jungle fever to have a diagnosis for the abnormal attraction. Yes, because God forbid that Black women are deemed beautiful and desirable. No, there's got to be some. There's got to be some diagnosis to it. It's got to be something. It's got to be something else.
Time, the late 1700s, early 1800s, and beyond, when the transatlantic slave trade was at its peak, when Europeans were being indoctrinated with the savagery of the Africans, that body policing away from full-figured women and towards a thin ideal began to first take shape. Victorians were real weird about labeling and categorizing everything, and a lot of pseudoscience sprung up to attempt to reinforce the differences between Europeans and Africans, to try to create categories of people based on physical differences that in turn represented something inherent in the person with that physical difference. In time, the accumulation of body fat was equated with the out-of-control and barbaric Black race, and it was the duty of the European woman to get as far away from that body type as possible. To be thin, to control one's intake, was a sign of refinement, of racial superiority, of godly self-control that no African could ever possess. Body policing coincided with the invention of races as a means of justifying continued enslavement of human beings. It's fine because they are different and worth less than us Europeans, and attempting to reinforce the supremacy of Europe and of the white race over others. This is, of course, also when eugenics was invented, to give an official air to the racism through the creation of pseudoscience that sounded legitimate but was based on nothing. That's also when the early body mass index, or BMI scale, was invented. Remember how those Victorians loved
this video.
Making shit up? Yeah, this was one of those instances. In fact, the BMI scale was heavily relied upon by Francis Galton, one of the primary developers of eugenics. It was originally created by a man named Adolf Quetelet, who was on a mission to determine the social ideal of the average man. His index was never meant to be used as a medical test, but instead was simply a measure of the ideal average normal distribution of weights of men in 1835, and not even men generally. His data was taken from Scottish Highland soldiers and French soldiers, all male.
Yeah, and here's the thing: when you control everything from medical sciences to the government to just everything in society, you get to do that. You get to make shit up to promote your self as the, you know, and those who look like you as the superior beings. When you're in control, you get to set the terms and be like, yeah, well, it's actually science, but it's science that we made up because we're in control of what science gets pushed out there. Love this convo, but I have to work in the morning. Have a good day at work.
As is still the case for
when
most.
you set the system up, you get to just bullshit as much as you want to make sure that you stay in power.
Medical studies, a metric designed for European men. The term BMI was coined by Ansel Keys in 1972 in a paper in which Keys also noted that the BMI was not fully satisfactory, but was, quote, as good as any other relative weight index as an indicator of relative obesity. Not of health, of relative obesity. He also noted that the BMI scale was a useful tool for population studies, but not appropriate to be used for individual evaluations. So for studying population trends and data, BMI numbers may prove useful, but for evaluating the health of an individual, it is not a particularly useful tool. But because it's so simple and has been repeatedly published since it was originally created, it's been adopted as a tool to judge individuals based on their weight as compared to the average Scottish or French soldier in 1835. Okay, but that's kind of an aside. The point is that the popular notion that thin is preferable has origins in the transatlantic slave trade, fear of being associated with blackness, and religious ideals of piety and self-control, also as a means of differentiating and distancing oneself from blackness and poverty.
I'm closer to God because I've only consumed 3 almonds. That makes me very holy. I ate simply just 1 cracker, and that has made me morally righteous.
Piece for Afropunk, Leslie Vargas writes, over time, thinness has transcended race, becoming a symbol of wealth and privilege across communities.
As a cracker who only ate 1 cracker, it means I am better than you.
For Black women, thinness now operates as a form of social capital, a means to navigate a world that polices Black bodies with even greater scrutiny. In spaces where thinness is equated with success, health, and desirability, Black women are pressured to conform to these standards, further erasing the rich diversity of body types within Black communities. And thinness definitely plays a role, but I would argue that it's actually health that has become the status symbol, the commodity of the rich. Women can be trailer trash and also skinny, for example, but it is health that is put on this pedestal because it is so unattainable for the average person who has high cortisol from the stress of working and trying to pay for rent and healthcare and everything else that's expensive but necessary for living. Someone who doesn't have time to go to the gym or meal prep or have the energy to eat 3 balanced, high protein, high fiber meals every day. The moneyed class with leisure is the only class capable of truly attaining health at the level that society has deemed is correct. This is not a product of fascism or being caused by the rise of fascism. This has been an issue since before Trump got elected. Heroin chic existed in the 90s under a Democratic president. Our boomer...
Nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. The damage that did to a generation of young girls, myself included. My God, you could not fucking escape that. Could not escape. Nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Oh my God. We're still not free from that. We are still not free from that. What is that? Okay. So that is a quote from Kate Moss that was said in the 2000s, and then later she said that she did regret it. She was like, yeah, I don't want to be associated with that anymore because I regret saying that. She said that her friend used to say it. She said that her friend who she used to live with would always say nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. And I have many counters to that. Okay. Mac and cheese, dumplings, pizza, chips. Really, so many examples. So many examples that tastes a lot better than skinny feels, because I feel when you have that mentality, there's probably never a skinny enough. You know, if you are operating under a nothing tastes as good as skinny feels, you probably have a very unhealthy relationship with your body and with food, and probably look in the mirror and still see weight to be lost. And you know what one of the great joys in life is? Sharing a meal with someone else. Sharing a meal, talking for hours. It's one of the great joys in life. You know what tastes better than skinny feels? 3 crackers. Wasn't she also doing a shitload of coke? Yes. I mean, Kate Moss exemplified the term heroin chic. So picture the rail thin frame, kind of stringy hair, like a little tank top, cigarette, looks like you've been on a coke bender for a week, eyeliner, rim of eyeliner, black eyeliner. Yeah, it's the cigs and stimulants diet. Is she still alive? Yeah, and her daughter's a model.
Her parents are almond moms with fucked up relationships with food and their bodies because beauty standards in the 50s and 60s were so specific that weighing 10 to 15 pounds more or less than you should would lead to ridicule and public shaming. That our fascist overlords can get away with more because we're all starving ourselves into oblivion is merely a happy coincidence of years of conditioning us to police each other over health. That RFK Jr. was able to capitalize on years of crunchy granola liberals falling down the Maha pipeline into anti-vax land, where health has been twisted and contorted to fit an anti-science worldview, one that is based partially on well-founded fears that our world is full of contaminants from major corporations that don't care about our health, and partially on conspiracy theories and pseudoscience. It's not a plan formulated by the Trump regime, but instead the Trump regime thriving where body and health policing has already taken hold. This racism, this patriarchy telling us to stay small and quiet, this was all already within us. Fascism just stepped in and said, how can I exploit this? So while I do love to blame the fascists for the ills currently being inflicted upon this country, this one can be blamed on something else, something that implanted itself in America long before today's fascist takeover. Say it with me, neoliberalism. Okay, stick with me here. Mid-century America saw post-war prosperity and a blossoming middle class.
2 things about Leisha Miller, if you're new to Leisha Miller. Hates neoliberalism, hates Ronald Reagan.
Class. That, combined with free market neoliberalism, to emphasize the individual, the entrepreneur, the bootstrapper, the American
either or
dream,
both,
the self-reliant individual who relies on their own dedication and hard work, letting the state off the hook for providing much of anything. That was put on steroids thanks to, say it with me, Ronald fucking Reagan, who brought rugged cowboy individualism to the White House and sold America on the lie of trickle-down economics, deregulating industries from sea to shining sea, leading to the monopolistic, deregulated hellscape that has catapulted the wealth of the 1% into the stratosphere while leaving the rest of us with stagnant wages, a predatory health insurance industry, and a depleted housing market. Thanks to that deregulation and the rampant capitalism of the last century, we are now sicker than we've ever been, and we can't trust businesses or our government to do anything about it. But thanks to that rugged individualism, it's actually all our fault as individuals if we can't muscle through, literally, the impossible societal odds and just be healthy. Much like MAGA today and Reagan last century taught us to fear the welfare queens and the immigrants mooching off the system, anyone who is unhealthy because of anything that might be attributable to lifestyle choices is simply mooching off the system because of their own ignorance, stupidity, and laziness. And listen, let me acknowledge there is definitely personal agency when it comes to your individual health. I'm not saying people are just the hopeless.
Shy, thank you for the raid. Shy raid. What's up, everybody? Terry, thank you for the 24 months. What up, y'all? We are at the tail end of a conversation that started off with talking about the actresses on Wicked 2 and the discourse around their concerning thinness and the anyway, so now we're watching Leisha Miller's video, The Fascists Want You Thin.
Results of their environment, and they should just lay down and accept the nihilism of their situation. Moving your body more and eating vegetables is a conscious choice that some people can make, but it is the oversimplification of being healthy. It is ableist as fuck to decide that everyone can just choose health. And the self-righteousness with which healthy people speak about unhealthy people, the moral judgment placed on people who are unhealthy, and assuming that body weight is the best test of someone's worthiness for empathy, that shit is toxic. And it mirrors the thinking and worldview of fascists. It helps to normalize seeing certain people as more worthy than others, as worth more than others. And that is the central tenet of fascism. That is what leads to people getting kidnapped off the streets into unmarked vans because they speak Spanish or maybe don't have their documents in order, which is not a criminal offense, by the way. But we are able to look the other way because we are more worthy. We were born here. We aren't criminals. We're more human than they are. And the capital.
Yeah, and it also just continuously feeds the notion that the way to succeed is you just got to be above the other guy. You know, it's the individualism that she was talking about, the rugged individualism, but it's this persistence that is a result from those in power who want us to fight amongst ourselves and to view each other as the enemy and to be like, look, as long as you're one step above that guy, then great. No need to turn towards those at the top and be like, hey, maybe the problem is here. You know, it's the way that like they pitted rich whites pitted poor whites against poor blacks. And we're like, hey, we're not the problem here. It's those poor black people over there. And that's who you should be not only seeing as your enemy, but seeking to maintain a place above. Even though we're way above all of y'all, don't worry about that. Heaven forbid the poor's ever band together. And that's what they're scared of.
Lists and the billionaires and major corporate shareholders benefit no matter what, no matter who's in office, because this creates impossible standards that we are all.
Wait, we were getting ready for the Night Rain DLC, finding out Fergie did Quando. Shut the fuck up. We might have to look at that after.
Casing that we are willing to spend hundreds and thousands of dollars to attempt to attain. And all they have to do is tap into that desire and promise us a cure. So that when Ozempic, the miracle weight loss drug, comes onto the market, promising to fix all our ailments, to give us the thinness we so deeply desire so that we can finally prove our worth, well, the perfect storm is already there. And the drug manufacturers are simply cashing in. And it is us, online, in the comment sections, in our communities, doing the policing work that benefits the fascists and the capitalists by commenting endlessly on whether or not people are living up to the healthy ideals that they are morally supposed to live up to, including Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo and Michelle Yeoh, who have gone too far and I'm not sure they're healthy. And therefore, they are worthy of criticism, which lets everyone in society watching the conversation unfold puts them on notice that if they too step out of line of the...
Okay, I do push back on her on this for the reasons that I stated previously, which I'm not going to fully repeat again. But one being that I do think it is a difference. There is a difference when somebody is in an influential position, and particularly influential on hordes of young people, hordes of young girls. So there's that element, and then there's just the overall conversation on how, which is what she's talked about too, though, that thinness and extreme thinness is upheld despite modern body positivity movements, and in industries like Hollywood, where women, these are women who are of a celebrity status, who have a lot of eyes on them, who in turn have a lot of influence, that they are consistently under pressure and demonstrating a tendency to like just keep being really fucking thin. And what that reinforces then culturally and socially, and how it feels like we can't escape that. It feels like what I was raised seeing and believing to be something that I needed to do when I was young is what I worry hasn't gone away for like young kids now. You know, Ariana Grande is a massive pop star. She has millions of young female fans who are vulnerable, who are susceptible to being influenced towards thinking like that's what they should look like. That's what they need to look like. Feels like by saying we shouldn't comment on it at all, that we can't really talk about the issue because we'll always be talking around it. Right. And this is what I mean by like, kind of, taking sentiments that are valid, like, you never know what somebody's going through. Somebody could be having health issues, like that kind of thing. And using that as a cover now, which is almost kind of twisting the point of it. And I don't want to reach this point where we can't talk about people in an influential position who are potentially influencing the younger generations towards a harmful, towards harmful positions. You know, I don't think Ariana Grande is the same as, it's the same situation as like us policing each other constantly. And it's like, I think we can recognize the difference when somebody is just being cruel and misogynistic and using any opportunity to shit on women and to, only treat women as an aesthetic to be discussed. But there's a difference between that and then like having genuine conversations that come from a true place of concern. Yeah. And also we talked about the like competitive eating disorder thing and, what's happening on these production sets still that was happening in the 90s that has always been happening. This idea being reinforced with actresses that that they're not only competing with each other aesthetically, but that like, that it's being encouraged, that it's not like there's nobody who's saying anything. Because we only know how to communicate via celebs and culture, I don't know how we should talk about these ideas without naming any names. Well, the thing is, like, celebs are a big part of culture, and celebs are people who, because of their status, like, they have a huge spotlight on them. A lot of times these cultural issues we discuss through the lens of popular figures. And so I think the actresses on Wicked, it's more of a launching point. Like, it's not just about them. As I always like to say, it's bigger picture. You know, this is an opportunity to have this conversation while also addressing the worrisome nature of what the fuck was happening on this Wicked 2 set. Like, what is going on here? And I think we should be able to say that as long as we are being, you know, as long as we're being thoughtful in our discourse and not be treated like part of the problem.
Ideals of health in either direction, this mob of criticism will come for them too. All this does is help the capitalists accumulate more wealth. Oops, so sorry. Every video lately has turned into a Marxist criticism, but yeah, here we are. Your obsession with policing the health of everyone around you only reinforces the narrative that individuals are solely to blame if they fall outside the confines of what you think is healthy. And in fact, what you think is healthy has been dictated mostly by centuries of men just
and the other thing I would say is, yes, Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo, Michelle Yeoh, they're individuals, but because of the position they're in society, they're like because of the industry that they're in and just the nature of their being famous. How do I describe this? It's like, what would be the way to, like like what they represent, and how it's like the problems that we're talking about really amplified when we're talking about these famous women. I don't know if that makes sense. Where she's kind of treating them like they're just random everyday people when that's not the case. And there is a distinction. There is a distinction when you are somebody who's in an industry that is that's so aesthetics obsessed and so forward facing and like gets a lot of attention, and people pay a lot of attention to.
Shit up, usually influenced by the patriarchy or racism or both. And therefore, it is up to individuals to force themselves to conform to these body standards. And if they can't manage to do that, then they are bad and lazy, because the end goal isn't really health. Because if these people policing other people's bodies genuinely cared about their health, that would require a level of empathy that people seem incapable of extending to those who have been othered, those seen as morally reprehensible because they aren't healthy. And it abdicates the state's responsibility to provide for its people the basics necessary to sustain life, which is what I think the state ought to be responsible for. But for capitalists, the primary usefulness of the state lies in its ability to protect property and nothing else. So by assigning blame to individuals and letting the state off the hook, you are playing into the hands of the 1% who say, yes, good, shrink
this. Yes, and this is true. My disagreement is with her kind of roping in the discourse around the Wicked 2 actresses into this conversation.
So that I can continue to exploit people's labor and pay no taxes while everyone who works for me remains just sick enough to be too tired to organize against me, but with just enough access to modern medicine to remain alive, to continue to labor for me because they have to, because otherwise they will have no health insurance and no home. And oops, here we are, back where every single episode has ended lately, and that is class struggle. Hello, a person can be perfectly healthy and also technically obese based on their BMI. Whether or not a person is healthy does not and should not determine their worthiness for empathy and respect. You can be the epitome of health and die of a heart attack tomorrow. You can struggle to maintain your health through no fault of your own. There are so many huge industries that depend on keeping us unhealthy in order to make their money that the odds are frankly stacked against us. You actually can't tell a person's health by just looking at them. That's literally why we have doctors and scanners and blood tests and urine tests and DEXA scans and all the other shit we rely on.
And can I be frank also? Can I be frank? Yes, I agree. But let's not kid ourselves. Let's not like act as if the most likely scenario here is that these actresses are perfectly healthy and we can't tell because, you know, you can't tell someone's health by looking at them and blah, blah, blah. I know. Let me be frank. Hi, everybody. I'm Frank. Like, let's just keep it a fucking buck, okay? Let's just be real about this shit. This is Hollywood. This is Hollywood. These are actresses in Hollywood. Actresses who were already thin to begin with, who have gotten noticeably thinner. This is Hollywood. When I tell you the immense pressure that is on women, the immense pressure throughout the history of Hollywood, this being one of the most superficial industries that there is. Unfortunately, because you wish it was just about great art, but it is an industry that has ridden on superficialities. So let's not play pretend. Let's not sit here and like with all the considerations, not acknowledge that we've seen this again and again. There are many such cases of actresses, whether they are on the set of Wicked 2, on the set of Ally McBeal, or whatever, who have eating disorders, who like are in competition with one another on a set to be the thinnest person, that all of the pressures and the standards and all the bullshit in Hollywood is just, it only reinforces this constant need to be as thin as a whistle. And women who like, yes, who have documented histories, who like people will go, oh, well, she's always been thin. Okay. Well, now it's like noticeably even thinner, which when you are a thin person to begin with, that gets into concerning territory. That's not the like the reasoning that you think it is. And yeah, anyway, so I am with all the thoughtfulness that I have tried to apply to this conversation and all the nuance and yada yada yada, I have to be, I gotta be so fucking real here. I think people are bullshitting themselves, trying to act like this is not, that this is most likely not worthy of, that this is not worthy of the concerns that people have, you know? Like, I was told at an audition for the show Insecure that I'm a big girl. That's Hollywood. For a show called Insecure, when I walked into audition and the casting director said, "Woo, you're a big girl." Yeah, baby. That's Hollywood. I mean, seriously, how many instances do you see of actresses who start off at like, a normal weight? Like they're already, they're already smaller to begin with. And then they start becoming more famous in the industry. They start blowing up. And then suddenly they're like so scarily thin because they enter the machine, and then the pressures only are tenfold. Like, come on, this is not hard to understand. This is what happens. This is what's always happened. Hollywood tells women that you have to be You have to be thin as a fucking rail. And now there's been an increase in the trend of like men needing to have 0% body fat when they're playing like a nerd. Which I've talked about that as well, and that is fucked. If you know anything about ED spaces online where a lot of these people being discussed are very active, you can take one look at their current posts and it's pro Anna Tumblr shit back on main. Sorry, they know what they are doing. Yes. And I have seen too many posts to hand wave this away. Too many posts from people who are looking at how thin these actresses are and seeing it as inspiration. Here's the thing too. When you have an eating disorder, you will do everything possible to like keep being able to like have that eating disorder, to not like have people get to the point of concern that they're hospitalizing you. It is an addiction. Yes. It's yeah, the amount of like thinspo posts. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sorry, but anybody who's had an experience with an eating disorder or knows people who have struggled with an eating disorder, they know the signs. They know when they see posts of like where you on Ariana's Tumblr where she's showing off her waist and she's showing her fridge that only has vegetables in it, or it's like showing off her bones. And it is a form of control, and it is like yeah, this is the kind of stuff that like pictures of this will be in pro Anna communities. It'll be on like Tumblr and Reddit and Twitter, and they'll look at that and be like, inspo. I printed out this picture and put it up on my wall to remind me not to eat dinner. Like this. So that's why that even if in the instance that nothing was happening on the set, that all these already thin actresses just happen to get thinner, that everything is fine, even in that instance, it's still the influence that it's having. And it's still the way that women and girls, but especially girls, where it's like they're young and susceptible and vulnerable and their bodies are developing, like they will look at this and take it as inspiration. And that's something that's worthy of an important of having a conversation itself. Yeah, they probably have that printed right next to nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Next to a mirror that intentionally makes them look bigger than they are, so they will be like, I need to lose weight. Like that's a thing too. And I have so much empathy. And this is why I'm having this conversation, because I do have empathy. I do have empathy for the many, many people who struggle in this way, who have an eating disorder or have disordered eating, or, somewhere along that spectrum, having just struggles with their bodies. And expressing concern over that should not be prevented by fucking stans. Stans should not get to be controlling. And this goes back to what we were talking about before with fucking Club Chalamet on the cover of Wall Street Journal, or the profile of Wall Street Journal, where we need to be giving stans less control over our culture. Okay? I do not want us to not be able to have conversations that are important and necessary, that involve public figures who have crazy stand-ups, because those stands have too much power, because they're like the ones who are controlling the discourse. You cannot divorce her history from the conversation. Sorry to bring up a post about shaming her for having eaten. No, it's not. And it's not shaming. It's not shaming. It is, it's talking about a reality that exists, and it's not like skirting around, beating around the bush, because we're worried about we're worried about not being woke enough, I guess. Woke enough in the way that stands are trying to tell us, oh, you can't talk about women's bodies. Ooh, you know, this is misogyny. Ooh, yada, yada, yada. Ooh, you're shaming. Ooh, you're doing body shaming. Raise your hand if you're in the Weight Watchers to Disordered Eating pipeline my coworker put me on because it wasn't calorie counting. Yeah, my friend who was put on Weight Watchers in 8th grade by her mother. Like, just so many examples of this. So many examples of how from an early age, girls are told that they're too fat, that they're not good enough. And I keep using the example specifically of girls because, like, do I need to get into all the reasons? I understand too, men have eating disorders. I understand too that like fat phobia affects everybody in our culture. But as somebody who was once a young girl, and what I witnessed in my own world, and what I'm seeing now, the way that girls are responding to seeing pictures of the person that they are most influenced by, that they are inspired by, and feeling as if that's what the aesthetic they need to achieve. And anyway, I'm not going to be like, that's okay. We are conditioned into disordered eating. Yes, we are. Doing the fucking Special K diet in high school, where you eat 2 bowls of Special K for your meals every day. Oh, that's great. Oh, we're doing it because our moms are doing it. Oh, okay. Or how about I'm 14 years old playing sports and I'm like, oh, I guess I'll just drink this. I'll do a juice cleanse. Why am I doing a juice cleanse at 14? When I'm like doing 3 hours of sports a day? What are we doing? Yeah, or the amount of girls I knew who were on Jenny Craig, Slim Fast, or just not eating anything. And I remember too, it was like a way to have power. It was like, oh, girls would sit there and like not have any food on their trays, and then you would sit there and have food and be like, ooh, yeah, remember the fucking thigh gaps? Yeah. Not eating and then binging because you're so hungry. Yeah, not eating all day at school and then coming, and then doing sports or whatever after school, and then coming home and being like, I'm starving and my body is developing and it needs nutrients. Yeah, and being like, I don't have a thigh gap, so that must mean that on top of everything else, I'm not as good. It's like, oh, okay, that's one more thing that I don't have. Anyway, let's finish this vid.
doctors can try to see what's actually happening in our bodies, because turns out it's really complex. And while we all fight each other over whether or not we're healthy enough to deserve empathy or food stamps, meanwhile, Elon Musk has made $10 million in the time it's taken you to watch this video. You may think it's not that deep, but it so fucking is, okay? So what do we do about this? I would challenge you to decenter capitalism from your life as much as possible. That's kind of a major fix for a lot of the ills of society. Can you borrow the thing instead of buying it? Can you make do with what you already have? Do you actually need the thing to begin with? When it comes to your body and the impossible standards being set around what is and is not the perfect health that you're supposed to be, that is being capitalized on by various industries to try to sell you shit, whether it's protein powders or greens powders or at-home workout equipment.
The concept of thigh gaps being discussed in elementary school.
Or protein bars, or special weight loss programs, or weight loss drugs, or an at-home infrared sauna from Costco. Like, we are inundated with shit all fucking day because it's our responsibility to make ourselves healthy. And if we don't, then we're bad people. So we're willing to impulse buy shit to try to make it happen. Speaking from experience, a lot of the fat phobia that has been ingrained in us,
we also had Tumblr
to self-police, to shame ourselves, and it doesn't work. If shame worked, every fat person would be skinny as hell, okay? Because the society provides enough shame to go around, and yet we have an incredibly unhealthy population. So a major step is also trying to contend with the preconceived notions you have about your own worth inside your own head. Food deserts, childhood trauma, stress, anxiety, expectations of productivity from 9 a.m. to 5
Yeah, I agree, concussed.
p.m.
I agree.
every day. None of this is conducive to being healthy. The food industry spends billions of dollars every year on food science that is literally specially formulated to fuck with your lizard brain so that you cannot stop eating even when you want to. The system is specially formulated to make you ill and then make you feel bad for being ill. And the standards of health that we are all being held to were largely made up and based off of centuries of misogyny, eugenics, and racism. That is so much to contend with. It's okay if your relationship with your health and your body varies from day to day. It's okay if you can't overcome the entire system while you're actively being oppressed by it. Health looks different for different people. You are not a moral failure if you don't live up to the made-up health standards, and you deserve to feel good about yourself no matter what you look like. You do not owe anyone your health. You also deserve to have the tools to have agency over your own health, and that is not easy to attain the way the world is currently set up, and that fucking sucks. But you also do have some agency. This is a yes and situation. We can acknowledge the societal hurdles and bullshit and also work towards feeling better in our bodies if we do not feel healthy. Whether or not you choose to do so does not make you morally superior or inferior. However, I personally have worked through my relationship with my body with a therapist and some EMDR sessions, which is a privilege not many people have access to, but if you do, I highly recommend unpacking the self-loathing, perfectionism, and self-policing that comes with especially being a woman in this fucking cesspool. And then
the other thing too is I've seen multiple posts of people talking about this with the Wicked actresses and saying how as people who are recovering from eating disorders, how triggering it is. So again, I think there is merit to having this conversation, because even if what we are presuming to be the case, backed up by a lot of, cultural evidence, and backed up by an industry, a history of an industry that eating disorders are as common as getting rejected from a role. So even if what sparked this is, we don't have the 100% the answers to, I think the waves that have resulted from it is why this conversation needs to be had. I mean, and it's like, how, if you are in recovery from having had an eating disorder, how the fuck can you not be expected to be constantly triggered when things have not changed? When who is plastered all over our magazines? When who is capturing, a lot of attention, and who is like being held up as the ideal of womanhood and of beauty is something that caused you, that was a cause of you having that eating disorder in the first place. Like that's it. It is a lifetime fight regardless. But when in our culture, throughout our culture, the notions of thinness are still being reinforced on a daily basis, like that just feels like an even, it feels like it becomes an even harder fight.
Have found spite to be an incredibly motivating factor when it comes
Picture
to
of
my
a
health.
snail.
Like I
Thank
do
you
it
for the
for me
29
too,
months.
But learning about how the BMI scale was just invented by some dude and was never meant to be an individual indicator of anything. Learning about how racism and sexism shapes how society places worth on individuals based on body type. Learning about how white nationalism benefits from enforcing gender norms wherein women should be small but not so small because we have to be healthy because we must bear the Aryan children. All of that I find really inspiring to never have children and instead spend my life figuring out how to be able to deadlift a small vehicle. You know what I mean? I also have hypermobility and experience joint pain no matter what my weight is. So I'm on a mission to figure out how much muscle it takes to no longer experience joint pain, which may not be within my control, but also makes me acutely aware of the aging process and concerned with having mobility well into my old age. So I try to extend myself empathy while also maintaining a sense of hope and agency over what I can control and my own wellness, and over feeling good in my body while maintaining realistic expectations and not buying into the unrealistic standards for health or thinness. And
I think the other defense for these celebs is that they're victims of these eating disorders and of this culture, but they're sitting at the top of cultural standards as well. Yes, I think that's what I was kind of trying to say earlier, where I'm like, they have a lot of influence and they are in a position more than like your average person, even though they're adhering to, of course they're adhering and have the pressures of beauty standards on them, but that they are perpetuating it as well. And nobody is here to shame somebody who has an eating disorder. But also we're not going to stand by and act like body positivity means we can't talk about the prevalence of eating disorders in our society.
that's a lot to juggle, and I often really struggle with all of that. But doing that work inside of yourself means that you will also be less likely to extend that judgment to other people who are likely dealing with things that are not apparent just by looking at them. And once again, we come back to empathy and community as an antidote to the fascist hellhole that is currently engulfed this stupid country. Become ungovernable by showing empathy to yourself and your neighbors. Because that's radical. Also, feel free to drop in the comments all the reasons why you don't agree with me, because this subject really gets people riled up, and I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say. And if you'd like to support my work, consider joining here on YouTube by clicking the big join button below, or supporting me over on Patreon, patreon.com/Legia Miller, where you get access to all these episodes completely ad-free. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Mark, Sarah Shelby, Art, David, Latranger Lucas, Thomas Johnson, and Tay. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you. And if you liked this episode, you'll like the one from last week about why rich people are obsessed with Saudi Arabia. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay. Oofda. Thanks for hanging in there for that conversation, y'all. Your coverage of this is really appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so just to kind of conclude, I saw that Ariana reposted something she had said, I think last year. And she's like, just a reminder, you know, don't talk about people's bodies. And of course, now that's being, that was picked up by the stans and by people on a place like Twitter who are trying to, trying to turn this into a policing women's bodies type of thing. And I don't know, some accounts I follow who otherwise I think are great on issues like just the abuses that women face, the various like celebrity, like some accounts I follow who I started following because of like Blake Lively and Amber Heard and all that. They've posted about everyone shutting up about women's bodies, and I'm just sitting here like, and I feel that I'm a person who I have demonstrated enough with who I am and how I approach topics that I hope if you had that attitude, if you kind of looked at this situation in a looked at this situation in the way of, oh, this is people just being misogynistic and policing women's bodies. I hope you heard me out. I hope you stuck around for this. I would hope that like I have demonstrated I'm somebody who can have a conversation like this and am not just resorting to shaming women and policing women's bodies and being misogynistic. I'm being honest when I say my first instinct when I saw pictures of the actresses on Wicked, my first instinct was this looks like competitive eating disorders. This looks like something that is a cause for concern. And I knew at some point when I was in China, I knew that I was going to want to talk about it. Hi. Thank you for your coverage of this. I was very frustrated because I felt like I only saw people kind of ignoring the issue. Well, the other thing is like sometimes I either don't have the time or don't feel like a tweet suffices. Like it's not going to be everything I want to say, which is why I do like to talk about it on stream, because we can spend 2 hours and get into the nitty-gritty of it. And I much prefer to have people commenting in chat than like commenting on a Twitter post. Honestly, I don't even read Twitter comments these days. They're so ass. Do you think they were told to lose weight for the roles? Not necessarily, but I think I think you can still have the I think you can still have the existence of eating disorders and competitive eating disorders without someone explicitly saying, without like a producer or director explicitly saying you need to lose weight. And it's a mix, you know, it's this kind of thing. It's a mix of external and internal pressures and just overall the pressure in Hollywood. Like the other thing too, y'all, look at just in the past year, how many celebrities who kind of made a name for themselves or at least became a figure in, say, body positivity, have lost a ton of weight. And I'm not here to shame anybody for the decisions that they make, say, in losing weight. I do think it's important to always examine motivations, but you know, you look at like You look at Lizzo, you look at Meghan Trainor, you look at Amy Schumer, as much as I hate to mention her. These are all public figures who not being skinny has kind of been a part of their identity. And I also understand that could be difficult if you feel like you're associated with this one thing and you want to do something differently. And I don't think anybody should be like trapped. But I have noticed, you know, with the Ozempic craze and with a return, I mean, it never went away, but return of thin culture, of like thin is in, as it's always been. That Rebel Wilson, that a lot of famous women have lost a ton of weight. Yes, Serena Williams being the face of a GLP. Why is Serena Williams the face of a weight loss product? You know, it's just, all of this is not a coincidence. It's not all just happening in the same era because it just is. Like, this is a response to the culture and to, you know, politics and Oh my God, I just sent the Google link. Oh my God. Not like this. I just sent him the Google link. Oopsie. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, let me try this again. Total boomer move. Okay. There we go. There we go. They talked about it on today's episode. If they are going, I will go. If they are actually going, I would go, because I would pay money to see Hassan witness it. Like, I would go just to watch Hassan watch Engelbert Humperdinck. You know, Austin would buy tickets and Hassan would come up with a reason that he wouldn't go. Actually, he would just be like, no, I'm not fucking going. No, I'm tired. I just finished an 8-hour stream. Anyway, before we move on, I just want to say, I hope that conversation, I know it's a topic that can be triggering for people, and I hope that you took the care you needed to in that discussion that we had. The unfortunate reality is that disordered eating is something that affects a lot of people, and some people, it's quite extreme. Others aren't even aware that they have a disordered relationship with food. That's a sign of how prevalent this is in our society too, that a lot of people don't even recognize when like they have an unhealthy relationship. So anyway, thank you for covering. Honestly, makes me feel less crazy because of the way it's being talked about. Yeah, no, I know. And I saw people coming for Vanilla Mace and I was like, my God, boy. Oh boy. You know what? I appreciate her. I fucking love me some Vanilla Mace. I do. I do. Because I feel like there's not a lot of women who are the creator size, as big of a creator as Vanilla, who talk about topics that I also talk about here. But I don't know. I always wonder, like, what if I, in my first year of streaming, like, went from a couple hundred viewers to like, at one point she was doing like 10, 12,000 viewers, which is just a lot. I mean, really, she's the Chapel Roan of streamers, I would say. And yet she still has been consistent in her morals and doesn't back away from talking about stuff, you know? Yeah. Integrity is few and far between on this platform. I mean, really in an industry that, I think you're reliant on either the masses loving you or reliant upon not, if you ruffle any feathers, then it will have an effect on your success. I don't know. It's good to see someone like her blow up on this platform. Yeah. Kept Nice, thank you for the gifted. Anti-corporatist, thank you for the 6 months. Okay, we're already almost at 5 hours, and I had a couple other things that I wanted to talk about. I didn't get to talking about the student who sucks at writing, and yet the trans teacher has been punished for it. So I'll probably talk about that tomorrow. Also didn't talk about Scarlett Johansson. Also didn't talk about SZA. Okay, wait. Actually, one quick thing. Well, I don't really want to go into the full topic because I'll talk about it tomorrow, but there's a part of me. So I think that girl just sucks at writing. She's just a bad writer. But there's also a part of me that's like, did she know that she could end up being triumphant in this? Her mom is a MAGA lawyer. Right. There's a part of me that's like, because of the state of culture and because of the influence that organizations like TPU have, and just really overall how universities have capitulated to Trump and to the right, there's a part of me that's like, I don't know. It's a little conspiracy. It's a little conspiracy theory-esque. I think she's a plan who knew that this kind of shit would go viral. Something along those lines. Something along those lines. She could just be a really shitty writer and a whiny little spoiled brat who is, you know, using the resources that she has to make this trans professor's life hell. But also, there could have been intent to this. You know? Maybe both. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Because it's not even a like reading the tea leaves. The tea leaves are quite clear. Anybody can be reading the tea leaves here. And right now, culture is on the side of, well, the powers in culture are on the side of somebody like this student. So Caitlin Burns wrote a good piece on it. I'll save that for tomorrow. Yeah, the fact that her mom's obviously a right-wing activist should tell you everything you need to know. Yeah. And the way that this is being smeared, you know, at the expense of this trans professor and being like, oh, because of woke trans ideology. Something, I mean, the whole thing stinks, but something is rotten in Denmark in a way that maybe even more than just how the university, how Oklahoma has put this professor on leave. You know? Something is rotten in Denmark because she didn't even cite the Bible. Exactly. The way that it's being framed in that, oh, this girl cited the Bible and that's why, and then this trans professor failed her. That's not even what happened. She didn't cite shit. Yeah. Yeah, while searching for this story, Oklahoma U had a professor with valid papers get detained by ICE for 3 days. Oklahoma. You know who's been popping off on this is my girl Jen Welch and Pumps, because they're in Oklahoma. But I saw them popping off on this. Yeah, she's the trans professor is also a TA. Yeah. Yes. And TAs, of course, have less power than full-time professors. So that's why I'm like, this feels like a hit job. Are you a fan of the musical Oklahoma? Not really. Oklahoma! No, not really. Where the wind comes sweeping down the plain. Every time I think about the dinner I had to miss with Jen, I know. I did tell her via Will, I'm like, next time you're in town, please can we go to dinner? Because I'm very sad that I missed out on that opportunity. Oh, did you hear the download sound? Yes, as I've been talking. As we have been chatting here, I downloaded Amanda the Adventurer 3. That's right, folks. It's gaming time. I've talked enough. I have said enough. It's gaming time. We've got a new game. We're playing Amanda the Adventurer 3. Which hopefully the bugs have been fixed. I think it should be better. So if you are heading out for the evening, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow I actually have a cool hold on. I have a cool sponsor tomorrow. So let me tell you before you head out. Tomorrow I'm doing a sponsor with Blumhouse, which is funny because that's where my script still is. Blumhouse, please make my movie. So Blumhouse Games is having, I'm playing a new Blumhouse Games game called Sleep Wake, and it is a psychedelic horror game. So I'll be doing that tomorrow, probably around 8 o'clock. So tomorrow we'll go live, do some chit chat, and then I have this Sleep Awake gaming sponsor through Blumhouse, which is really cool. I'm excited for it. She's a gamer, folks. She is a gamer. Okay, let's turn off the lights. Oh, time to have a mental breakdown. Playing Amanda the Adventurer 3. The game uses an autosave feature, yes.
Hey, Kate, it's me. I'm going in tonight. Seems they've upped their security since my last few visits. That's a good thing, though. Means we're on to something. I'll meet you at the regular spot at the regular time for the handoff. I got a good feeling about tonight. I think I'm close to something big. Alright, I'll see you in a few hours.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, I just gotta see your access cards as after hours. Sir? Hey! Hey, stop right there!
This is very different from how the other two started. No, I'm not going to skip. I want to see it all.
Okay. That's gotta lead to the security room.
Wait, I'm a man? I'm a man. Okay, so I need a key card. I need a key card. I need a key card.
Attention Hamlin employees. We've been notified that unwelcome persons have entered into the C wing. Please stay vigilant as you continue your night shifts and report any and all suspicious activity to a Hamlin Happiness Protector immediately. Thank you.
I like that I could have just done a B. I like that. Good. Okay, that didn't work. Can somebody give a TLDR on Amanda 1 and 2? Huh. Okay, so this is a puzzle game, just FYI. If you haven't figured it out. Reminder, no family photos allowed in employee cubicles because we want you to be in total hell. Okay. Lore is little girl, sheep equals woolly. Okay, I'll put that down. There's also sometimes multiple puzzles at once, which causes me to go crazy. I know we need an Amanda emote. Okay, there's some drawings on the wall. Some children drawings. Wait, why are these all... Are these kids who work here? Aren't they supposed to be in the mines? Check level B. Okay. Wait, these are... Okay, so far, still no key card. Oh God, it's a fucking TV. Oh, there we go. Yes, access card. Yes, that's what I need. That's what I need. Why are there these pictures that are drawn by kids, which makes me think this is an office that kids work in? All right, let's go over here. Take our little key card. Yeah, also, some puzzle solutions don't appear until you've watched clues, which is maddening. Quite maddening. Legit, thank you for the gifted. All right, what the fuck is this? Are the kids in these pods? Did they put the children in these pods? Are the children gonna come out of these pods? I don't know. They do look like child pods. Okay. Oh boy.
Here we go.
Okay.
Let's see what we can find.
There's Amanda and Wooly.
Backup ready. Begin real to start process.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
Jesus.
And I'm Wooly.
Oh,
Today,
the gang's
we're
all
on
back.
A super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go. Are you ready to start the hunt? Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Yes, thank you, Beach. Thank you for those who need a TLDR.
It's right there.
Good job! I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
Yay!
The next thing on the list is a door with 3 windows.
Can you help us find a door with 3 windows?
2, 3.
Lockdown protocol initiated.
Wait.
Not good.
Please remain calm. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol.
Is this cute horror? Oh, Mandy. Oh, no. Oh, you sweet summer child. Backup in progress? Okay, what just happened? Right here.
A door with 3 windows. Good job.
Oh, thanks.
Entering threat disposal mode.
Oh, I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying. Wait, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Oh, I hate this game. Okay. Oh, I'm already on the I hate Amanda.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hey, Kate, it's
me.
The other thing is you don't know when you can skip stuff.
They've upped their security since my last few visits.
See? If you skip, then you miss this.
Means we're onto something. I'll meet you at the regular spot at the regular time for the handoff. I got a good feeling about tonight. I think I'm close to something big. Alright, I'll see you in a few hours.
It's a game that builds on previous runs, I guess, where there are times you're supposed, like, you have to die.
Sir? Yeah, I just gotta see your access cards. It's after hours. Sir? Hey! Hey, stop right there!
Please be open.
Copy that. Backup dispatch to C-Wing. Roger. Let's find this rat.
See, and sometimes you'll skip and then you have to actually go back because you're like, oh, I've already seen this before, but you haven't. There's new information. Good night, Yeshua. Okay. So we got a freaking... See?
Where will you take me?
I don't remember that picture being there before, but maybe it was. You just never know. You never freaking know.
Attention Hamlin employees. We've been notified that unwelcome persons have entered into the C wing. Please stay vigilant as you continue your night shifts and report any and all suspicious activity to our Hamlin happiness protector immediately.
See, it was different. But your mind can play tricks on you. Your mind can play tricks on you. You can't trust your memory. See? Okay, we're back in here.
Here we go.
My mom put me in one of those once.
Backup ready.
Is that why you're a Twitch chatter now?
Hi! I'm Amanda.
Jesus.
And I'm Wooly.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go! Are you ready to start the hunt?
See,
whoever finds everything wins a prize.
This will break your brain. It'll break your brain, and we're only beginning. It's right there.
Do you see a purple fire hydrant?
It's right there.
Good job! I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
The next thing on the list is...
And like sometimes you're supposed to pause. Like I think we do that maybe.
Is a door with 3 windows.
Sometimes you have to hit pause
Can
and like go do
find
stuff.
A door with 3 windows?
Damn.
Security lockdown protocol initiated.
That is not good.
Please remain calm. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol.
Fuck. Is that it? I don't know.
A door with 3 windows. Good job.
I don't know.
Entering threat disposal.
No! No, but I hit this! No, but I hit it! No! 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 Oh, kill me, see? See, this game, it drives you mad! How? What is this game? God. Okay, it's not the fire hydrant. Fucking hell.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hey, Kate, it's...
I'm not watching it again. I'm skipping this time. When I joined, I thought you were saying an old Windows Up game. Playing an old Windows Up game. Fuck. What am I? What am I? I don't know. They said something about a manual. Oh! You guys, okay, if you're new to me playing puzzle games, just know I love puzzle games, but also I despise them. I go insane.
Attention Hamlin employees.
Okay, let me look through this other stupid shit.
Please stay vigilant as you continue your night shifts and report any and all suspicious activity to a Hamlin happiness protector.
This in particular is a puzzle game. Is infuriating. Like, do I do something with the sandwich? I don't know. Fuck. I need the safety protocols somewhere.
Where will you take me?
Where will you take me? Ah! Who's got the... like, do I... Click. Hackerman's. Would you like a hint? Hold on. Let me just look around a little bit more. Oh, God. Fuck the process.
What the hell?
Okay, so then I come in here. Like, am I supposed to go outside the room? Okay. Okay. What is... It is a lot of trial and error. It is. Okay, what are these pods? What is this room? Okay. I come in here. Here's Amanda. Here we go. There's a video cam of a baby. Backup protos. Okay, let me begin reel to start process.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
Jesus.
Okay, I think I have to do something with the reel.
Today, we're on a super secret spy
let me
scavenger
try.
hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go!
Oh, wow!
Are you ready to start the hunt? Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Do you see a purple fire hydrant?
It's right there, you idiot!
Right there.
Good job! I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
Fucking Wooly. Okay, let me pause. What happens if I do this? I don't know. And if I do that... Hamlin is not responsible for any injuries. Initializing. Begin reel to start process. Okay, backup in progress. Please wait until backup is complete. Okay, wait. Insert VHS tape.
The next thing on the list is...
Wait, insert VHS tape to begin. Is there tape? Oh, wait, I already put the tape in. Maybe something changes outside this room. Okay, let's go outside. Okay, let's... Backup in progress. The tape was already... Is there another tape? I don't know. Begin. Because there... wait, do I remember seeing another tape anywhere? I don't know.
Is a door with 3 windows.
I don't know.
Can you help us find a door with 3 windows?
Damn.
Security lockdown protocol
Okay.
initiated.
That is not good.
Please remain calm.
What happens if I come out here?
Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security
Okay,
lockdown
well,
protocol.
what is it? Oh, this is something.
A reminder that if the security lockdown deactivation procedure is not followed properly,
Okay.
the facility security system will enter into threat disposal mode.
Okay, that is something.
Threat disposal mode is set to chlorine trifluoride gas.
No, we don't want the gas. There we go.
A reminder that chlorine trifluoride is an interhalogen compound with the formula CIF3.
Okay.
It is a colorless, poisonous, corrosive, and extremely reactive gas. Warning, facility entering threat disposal mode.
Oh no, I'm dying. No. Okay, well, at least that's new information, but what the fuck do I do with that? What do I do with that? Do I have to do it a certain way? Do we go in the pods to breathe? I don't know. It wasn't letting me.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Am I missing, like...
Hey, Kate.
It's me. I'm going in today. Seems they've upped their security since my last few.
That's gotta lead to the security room.
Okay. Oh, fucking hell, this game. This game is hell. The problem is that I can't, the tape.
Where will you take me?
Okay. So the tape is something that like automatically he does when he goes into that room. Okay, Flormancy, just tell me, am I... Am I on the right path?
As you continue your checks and report any and all suspicious activity to a Hamlin Happiness Protector immediately. Thank you.
Okay, so we go in here. Alright, okay. Okay, see, no, because I go in, I don't touch anything, and it just goes. It just goes. See, he put the tape in.
Backup ready.
Legit, thank you for the gifted. Don't start it.
Hi! I'm Amanda.
Jesus.
And I'm Wooly.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go!
See, so the tape goes in.
Are you ready to start the hunt? Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
You got an ad even with a sub?
Do you see
Classic.
a purple fire hydrant?
It's right there.
Good job! I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
Oh God. See how this game just starts to fuck with you? Okay, can you remove the tape?
The next
see
thing on the list.
Okay. All right.
Is
No, I don't. Shut up.
a door
See,
with
anything I click. Does that do anything? Begin reel to start process. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Oh, there's more reels up here. Oh, wait a sec. This is something. Hold on. There's more. Oh. What does this mean? Okay. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 green, 1 green. There's got to be something with these greens. Does that do anything? 1, 2, 3. No, there's 8 of these. What the See, sometimes you overcook in this game too. Sometimes you're like, one, two, three. 1, 2. Okay. Okay, 1. Warmer, I saw something. Okay, there's pictures here. Trash can, sock, circle, tree. Wait. This is a door with 3 windows. This is a, okay. This is a door with 3 windows, like in the stupid fucking scavenger hunt. Okay, but what does that mean? Okay, so do I go back to... So that's the one that I want. Okay.
3 windows.
Can you help us find a door with 3 windows?
Damn.
Yes. Okay.
That is not good.
Please remain calm. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation.
Okay, security lockdown. So I need this, but I think I gotta do this. Is that it? Is that it? How the fuck? What the fuck? Where does this go? Okay, this is attached. Yeah, that's the right one. But then where? What? It's this switch, but okay, so now now I play it maybe?
I found it! A door with 3 windows.
Okay,
Crossed
that's
it off the
different.
list.
Wait, that's different.
Great work, super secret spy team. This is fun.
Wait, okay, we've advanced.
Okay, Willie.
Oh God, we've
what's
advanced.
next?
An old sock.
Okay, I remember seeing an old
Gross.
sock.
Well, if it's on the list, we have to find it. Can you help us?
Okay. No, it's not intuitive. It's bullshit. All right, where does this go out? 1. Right here. This one. Got it. Got it, you motherfuckers.
Here it is. Smelly old sock.
P.U.
I forgot one thing that the puzzles in this game will do is like you're not supposed to solve it in the game.
What's
You have to
the
solve
next
it
thing
in
on the list, Willie?
world, and then they'll be like, "Here
A
it
stray
is.
dog?
Look at an old sock."
Do you see a nice stray doggy anywhere?
See, it's like the puzzle is the real world, and the real world is the puzzle. Okay, dog. Here goes this one. Right here. Got it, you sly fucks. I need someone with level 4 clearance. What's going on? And then sometimes it'll give you things that aren't supposed to be, they're fakes. They're red herrings. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Backup in process. Progress, please wait until backup's complete. Okay.
the sweet puppy. We found him.
Yeah, that dog looks real sweet.
Fun. Let's see what's next.
Is it Wooly? Is it fun? You fucking sheep piece of shit.
Wooly, what is it?
We're looking for a sparking snake.
A sparking
Do you see a sparking snake around here?
Oh, I don't know. Do I see a sparking snake? I think that's it. I think it's probably this one. Oh, shit. Over here. Yes. A clue! A clue! I'm gonna beat you, Amanda. I'm gonna beat you.
Almost there. Got it.
Go, go, go!
Damn this place.
Going down, huh?
Just hold on. I can.
Oh my god. Let me guess. Dead. 10 years later?
Riley, take these and get out of here.
Oh my god. This is...
Go! I'll be right behind you.
This is a prequel. Or at least that beginning part was. Oh shit. Joanne. That was the ending of Amanda 2. This evil tape. Oh my god, oh my god, and now we're back, and now our timelines have shoop. Oh shit. Oh my god, that was the intro. And now number 3 begins. Ah! Oh my god, the intro credits! Yeah, it only took me 40 minutes. Sheesh. Are these the bowels of Reddit? Yes. Oh my god. This game is such a mindfuck. You think it's just gonna be like a cute little horror game? Oh no. Oh no, it's deranged. Oof, duh. Wait, what the hell? Wait, I'm back. Maybe things have changed this time. Hold on. Okay, no, I guess not. I guess it's still not boobs. Oh, here we go. Amanda!
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. Amanda, Look at all the candy. Don't you just love candy?
Yeah, I guess. Wooly, does it seem kind of hazy in here to you?
Nope. It's another beautiful sunny day in our beautiful sunny
Wooly
neighborhood.
just gaslighting.
What? It's so dark and cloudy out there.
And it's even more beautiful because we're going to have a little treat.
Wooly's
A little
hotboxing. He's
treat.
like, what are you talking
It's
about?
good to eat. Oh, yes. We'll have a little... Ugh. Great.
It's the possum.
This guy. Well, are you going to try to eat my ear or something, you weirdo?
Wooly, stop. Something's wrong. Look at him. He's so sad.
Oh my god, can you imagine if possum actually sounded like that?
Hey, little guy. Are you feeling lost? Me too. You know what, though? I want to help you feel better. When your friend is sad, how do you cheer them up? Wow, and that really makes them feel better. Okay.
Sometimes.
One thing that usually cheers me up is having a little treat. How about it, little friend? Do you want to pick out a treat? You can have anything you want.
Friend?
Yeah, maybe we
barely
actually
know
all
this
have
freak.
rabies.
Can't make up your mind? You know, I always love gym bugs. But sometimes you need to stop and think about your options. Now would be a good time to pause.
Oh, shit. Oh god. Wait, did I miss it? Oh! Ah! Not the clown! Oops. Need help? Dial 91111 in case of emergency. 9 1
1 1 1.
Wait, shit. What the fuck? Okay. 9 1
1 1 1.
Who's saying you got mail? Are its eyes changing? I swear.
Folks who work here have some pretty sweet names, if you ask me. Makes me hungry for some candy.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, thanks. I fucking hate it. You want some candy? Okay, we'll go back here, I guess.
What about you, Wooly? What's your favorite?
I'm not really in the mood for candy, Amanda.
Oh, come on, Wooly. Do you like Louisville turtles? Or how about walnut joys?
Oh,
I'm more of an ice cream guy.
Suit yourself.
Sometimes you have to pause too and see if anything's changed. See if this little fuck ass is doing anything. See, I hear that creepy crawly. I hear it. Like, do I feed it? Do I feed this fish? Yeah, you have to like keep checking to keep checking surroundings. Is there any candy in here? I don't know. There's the rubber chicken. Like, you hear that noise? Hear it. You hear it. You hear it. Do you hear it? Okay, we'll just go back to the video. This is me being traumatized by this game.
Aw, he can't reach it. He's so cute.
Yeah, just adorable.
He really wants some candy. Which shelf should we help him reach?
This is a game. Everything's a game. Everything's a game. I know they said something about names and candy and Lewis. Yeah, I definitely missed some clues.
No, I don't think he wants the candy on that shelf. I guess he doesn't want that candy.
Okay.
He
wants this
so
one.
hard. Help him, Wooly. I think he found something he likes.
Mr. Kara. Oh, see? Oh,
come on, Wooly.
Shit,
help
that's why.
him.
That's why I need my notebook.
How, Amanda? I'm not strong enough to lift him.
This is why I need to write notes.
Get on the ground.
What?
Get on the ground.
Amanda, are you serious?
Where's my notebook?
On the ground.
Okay. Kara.
I thought I was your sidekick.
It's gonna be on the
not a
test.
Step stool.
It's gonna be on the test.
Ew, strawberry chews.
Strawberry. Wait. Pause. Pause. Strawberry juice. Okay. I'm just gonna
They're
write
the
that down.
worst.
I'm just gonna
Plus,
write
who
it down.
knows where your paw has been? I'll pick out my own candy, thank you very much, and I can reach it by myself.
Okay, you little jerks.
Here, how about some Jake and Blake's?
Jake and Blake's.
Or some cattails?
Oh, this is too many cattails.
Yeah! Or maybe you would want some Mighty Samsons.
See, I think if it doesn't do the close-up, then it's not part of the clue.
Feel better now?
No,
Wooly's always crashing out.
Yeah, actually, I kind of do.
I guess sometimes you need more than just a little treat to cheer you up.
Fuck. Okay. Motherfucker. Something to do with this stupid ass clown. Let me just try.
1.
Fuck.
9. 1. 1. 1. 1. Folks who work here have some pretty sweet names, if you ask me. Makes me hungry for some candy.
That was the clue, but now how do I open this fucker up? Okay, so I have to input the names. Let's see. Let's go back out in here and see what we can find. Oh, Kara. Wait, that was the name. Kara? Lewis? Where, okay, there's Kara and Lewis. Kara and Lewis. Okay, Kara is 3. Kara is 3. There was Jake and yeah. 6. Lewis is 6. Jake and Blake. Blake is 1. Oh, dude, it's gonna be in the order of what the names were said. Here's Jake. Oh, and I bet I have to input it into the clown. Let's just, okay. Let me just double check this shit. Sometimes you get more clues too.
Better. When your friend is sad.
When your friend is sad, you give them dumplings.
Wow, and that really makes them feel better. Okay. One thing that usually cheers me up is having a little treat. How about it, little friend?
A little treat.
Do you want to pick out a treat? You can have anything you want.
Okay.
Friend, we barely know this freak.
Wooly,
Can't
chill.
make up your mind? You know, I always love
June.
gym bugs.
Okay.
But sometimes you need to stop and think about your options. Now would be a good time to pause.
June. Okay. June is 8. Okay, so we start off. We go 8. 8.
What about you, Wooly? What's your favorite?
And then Wooly says that he
I'm not really in the
you
mood
gotta
for
take
candy,
notes in this
Amanda.
game.
Oh, come on, Wooly. Do you like Louisville turtles? Or how about walnut joys?
Joy. Okay, wait. Okay. So it's Joy and Lewis, but we don't have. I don't think we have a Joy. See, we have a Lewis. We already got Lewis. I don't think we have Joy, so I think it's just Lewis. Okay. So the next one is Lewis, which is 6. Okay.
I'm more of an ice cream guy.
Suit yourself.
Yeah, we need 5. We need 5 numbers. Yes.
Aw, he can't reach it.
And I think we have
so
5.
cute.
We have 5.
Yeah, just adorable.
He really wants some candy. Which shelf should we help? He's trying so hard. Help him, Wooly.
And then I think the next
he found
one
something he
was
likes.
Kara. Kara's next. That's
Come
3.
on, Wooly, help him.
Okay, I think I got it. It's June, Lewis, Kara, Jake, and Blake. So it's 8, 6, 3, 4, 1. Okay, let's try it. Okay.
0.
Wait, what? Shit. Okay, 8. 8. 6. 3. 4. 1. Let's see. Is that good? You little motherfucker? Okay. 8.
6, 3,
Let's switch Blake and Jake.
1, 4.
Fuck. Is it something to do with joy? Double check the tape.
How, Amanda? I'm not strong enough to lift him.
Get on the ground.
What?
Get on the ground.
Amanda?
Hi, Mr. Sonic.
Are you serious?
Get on the ground.
I thought I was your sidekick, not a step stool. Ew, strawberry chews?
See, but okay, that doesn't. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing.
They're the worst. Plus, who knows where your paw has been?
8, 6, 7,
I'll pick
5,
out
3,
my
0,
own
9.
candy, thank you very much. And I can reach it by myself. Here, how about some Jake and Blake's?
Jake and Blake's.
Or some cattails.
See, and then why is it giving us those?
Or maybe you would want some Mighty Samsons.
Wow. Feel better now?
What the fuck?
No, I...
Okay, cattails. June, Barry, Willow, Blake, Lewis, cattails, cat T. This is off. What the fuck? You're on the right track? I knew it was too easy. Fuck. Barry S is strawberry. Fuck. I think I have to go back to the tape. Kill me. I think Kathy T is cattails and Barry S is strawberries. Fuck. And Willow D is... What is Willow D? Willow D. Oh, Brian, kill me. Brian, kill me. What the hell? But I can only input 5 numbers. Like, what happens if I do more?
6, 6, 6, 6, 6.
6666, son of the devil. Oh, God.
Yeah, actually.
Okay, I think I have to watch it again. I missed something.
Better. When your friend is thugs. But sometimes you need to stop and think about your options. Now would be a good time to
Pause. Okay. June. We paused. We paused on June. You've got mail. June. 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 For sure June. For sure June. For sure June. Okay.
And step back.
June bugs. June bugs.
What about you, Wooly? What's your favorite?
I'm not...
Joyce.
Okay, pause. Joy Lewis. This is what's confusing me. Junebugs isn't. Oh, what the fuck? No, I don't think the capitalize. But what is joy? There's no joy. There's no joy. But why is this? So little joy. Oh, maybe we don't need joy. Oh, God.
I'm more of an ice cream guy.
Suit yourself. He really wants some candy. Which shelf should we help him reach? He's trying so hard. Help him, Wooly. I think he found something he likes.
Yeah, there are 8 desks, but you only need 5 numbers. See, pausing on Kara is 3. Okay.
Come on, Wooly, help him.
I'm just gonna try to get all the numbers.
Amanda, I'm not strong enough to lift him.
Fuck.
Get on the ground.
What?
Maybe joy is short
Get on
for
the ground.
joylium? Oh, true.
Amanda,
Good point.
Are you serious?
Get on the ground.
Do it, Wooly. Stop being a little bitch. Okay, this is when a lot of them come fast. Okay.
I thought I was your sidekick, not a step stool. Ew, strawberry chews.
Okay, strawberry chews. Let's run over here and see if any of these computers. Okay, Barry S. Barry S. Is 0. Okay, so we have 8, 6 possibilities. Okay, okay. Barry S is 0. It's 6, 7, 3, 9.
They're the worst. Plus, who knows where your paw has been?
Okay. Wait, Ray says the puzzles are too easy?
I'll pick out my own candy, thank
Kill
you very
me.
much. And I can reach it by myself.
Okay. Barry.
Here, how about some Jake and Blake's? Yeah! Or some cattails.
Okay, cattails. Cath T. Cattails equals 9. Cattails equals 9.
Yeah! Or maybe you would want some Mighty Samsons.
Wow.
Quarter J! Jody, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. I am playing Amanda 3. I think I have the 5 numbers as well. I think Jake and Blake we take out. And I think we do June. I think we do Lewis. I think we do Kara. Barry. And then and then we do Kath. Okay, I think we try a new number. Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're playing Amanda the Adventurer 3. If you don't know what this game is, basically it's a game where you lose your mind. And by you, I mean me. It's it may look like a cute little children's game. It's not. It's psychological death. This game will kill you. And you know when they say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger? In this case, what doesn't kill you just leaves you mentally ill. Okay, 863. Oh. Okay, did that work?
Stick to this slick
Yeah?
stick.
That had to be it. What happened? No? Wait, was that just a little fake out? What the shit? Easy Ecchymosis, thank you for the resub. Okay, 8
6 3 0.
Oh, I never cleared it. Okay. This has to be it.
That's it, kid. Now the only thing between you and your ice-cold prize is Kathy, then Barry, then Kara, then Lewis. Go get him!
Wait. I missed that because I was celebrating. Hold on. Couldn't hear me, kid? Clear your ears. 8 6. I gotta do it again.
0.
This is why I have to write notes down. Oh shit, I fucked up.
0 9.
Okay. 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 Wait. Farts. 6 7. Oh, come on. 8 6 3
0.
Okay.
That's it, kid.
Yes,
Now
yes.
the only
Okay.
thing between
Okay.
You and your ice-cold
Okay, we got
prize
this.
Is Kathy, then Barry, then Kara, then Lewis. Go get him!
Kathy, Barry, Kara, Lewis. Kathy, Barry, Kara, Lewis. CBCL. I'm literally writing my notes down. Dee Dee, thank you for the gifteds. Kathy, okay. So we already know what it is. We already have the numbers. Kathy is 9. Barry is 0. Kara is 3. Lewis is 6. 9 0 3 6. Okay, but what do we do with that now? 9036. The numbers. Oh, is it for over here? Hold on a second. 9036. Yeah, this game makes you work. Ice cold prize. Is it here? Okay. How do I clear out boobs? No, it's not. It's not because this needs way more numbers. Ice cold. There's gotta be another. Something ice cold would be in the freezer. Ice cold. Oh, this is open. Oh, shit. Oh, there's a lock. There's a lock. Okay. 9 0 3 Yes. Yes, this is how we win. This is how we puzzle, folks. Okay, what the hell? Oh, it's another tape. Of course. It's always another tape. Always another tape. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I have to finish this one. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, and then we put this new tape in. Literally the smartest person I know.
And I'm I'm Wooly.
Okay.
So is he just going to be here all the time now, or?
This is a game that makes you overthink everything, but then also underthink.
Wow. You're silly.
I just love the amusement park. Amanda, do you remember all the times we've ridden roller coasters and bumper cars together?
Like, what is this? What is this? Property of HEAS SMPTE? Like, do I need to write that down? Sure. What the hell?
Remember? Just you and me?
Yeah, Wooly. But I think there were other times I was here with someone tall.
Her voice is changing.
I wish I could remember. I can almost see his face. Oh, you know what? I do remember my favorite way to start a trip to the amusement park. The
popcorn
carousel.
stand. We always get a box of popcorn as soon as we get here, remember?
I don't know, Wooly. I think I went to the carousel first when I was here with the tall man.
Ew, the tall man?
Come on, Amanda.
Ew. Oh.
Let's go.
No, wait, Wooly.
Hmm.
I need to pause and think about this. Maybe you can help? Should we go to the carousel or the popcorn stand?
Carousel or the popcorn stand. Pause. Okay. Carousel or the popcorn stand. Oh, there's something here. What is this? Amanda, Wooly, and CS enjoying the carousel. That's a clue. Oh, wait. But also them snacking on a small bag of popcorn. That's also a clue. Scene 2B. Oh, this is 2A, so I think they go to popcorn first. Okay, 2A means they go to popcorn and then they do the carousel. Okay, what else am I forgetting? What else do I need to do? This is how we win. Okay, this is how we win. Oh, this guy moved. Okay, this little motherfucker. What does this say on here? What's in the fridge? Let's see. We've got... Oops, my bad. Okay, that's definitely going to be something. That's definitely going to be a game. Let me just put that back. Okay, that does... Okay, you know what? Yeah, it's good enough. One singular sushi. Okay, I think we go popcorn.
Let's go get some popcorn!
Yay!
Are you sure you don't want to go ride a ride first? Something just doesn't feel right.
Shut up, Amanda.
I need some time to think.
Shut up! What the fuck? See, this says 2A, and then this says scene 2B. Amanda and Wooly and CS. Okay. What's over here? What's this? Scene 1. Amanda has to choose between popcorn and riding the course. 2B or not 2B? Okay. And then Amanda, Wooly... They eat the popcorn. What's her fucking problem?
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. So is he just going to be here all the time now, or?
Wow. You're silly.
I just love the amusement park. Amanda, do you remember all the times we've ridden roller coasters and bumper cars together? Remember? Just you and me?
Amanda has to choose between popcorn and riding the carousel. Uh-oh. Why are things shaking? Uh-oh. This has to be... Wooly's kind of sus. They're always sus.
Wooly. But I think there were other times I was here with
someone tall. Okay, yeah, we know.
I wish I could remember. I can almost see his face. Oh, you know what? I do remember my favorite way to start a trip to the amusement park. The
popcorn
carousel.
stand. We always get a box of popcorn as soon as we...
Okay, so she's pissed because she's like, we get the blah, 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 blah. How do I just like insert this into the computer? She's pissed because she wants to go in the carousel first. And he says popcorn. Okay, I think we do it like this. We go
Get here, remember?
Popcorn, you idiot.
I don't know, Wooly. I think I went to the carousel first when I was here with the tall man.
No, Amanda.
Come on, Amanda. Let's go.
No, you had some fucking
Wooly,
popcorn.
I need to pause and think about this. Maybe...
Okay, that's right. Maybe you can help.
Should we go to the carousel
Okay,
or
I think
the
we got
popcorn
this.
stand?
Popcorn.
Let's go get some popcorn.
I swear to God, if she's pissed.
Sure you don't want to go ride a ride
Amanda? Amanda?
Something just...
No, stop it. Stop saying something doesn't feel right. Just listen. Does it have something to do with this tall man? What else am I forgetting around here? What the hell? Oh, she's gonna be so annoying again.
Doesn't feel right. I need some time to think.
No! No. What? Okay, I don't get it. Scene. Fine, do we switch these around? Is that what she would rather have? Oh, wait. Wait, there's a picture here. Hold on. Do you go like this? And like this? Oh, wait. And then you have to drag. Hold on a second. Okay, wait. Okay. Wait a sec. She's beginning to believe. But where? Right click. And then that is that. Oh. Okay. I think that's what that is. Okay, because one... Is that them on the... That's them on the carousel. And then... Wait, but you connected it to the carousel. But I'm trying to read these little stick figures. What are these little stick figures? What? Does it matter? Probably just examples. Okay. All right. Let's switch. Let's switch this. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now you're going to eat your popcorn.
Maybe you can help? Should we go to the carousel or the popcorn stand?
Gotcha.
Let's go get some popcorn.
Gotcha, Amanda.
Are you sure you don't want to go ride a ride first? Something just doesn't feel
Amanda.
right. I need some time to think.
Why? You stupid motherfucker! What do you want? You want to go on your freaking carousel? Is that what you want? Fine. 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 Amanda gets what Amanda wants.
Maybe you can help? Should we go to the carousel or the popcorn stand?
Fine. You want to go to the carousel? We'll go to the carousel.
I can't wait to ride on my
now
favorite
you're happy.
carousel horse. I love the carousel.
Oh,
What's
I know.
your favorite animal on the carousel?
I hate all of them.
When I ride one of those, I feel like I could gallop far.
Look how pissed Wooly is. Wooly is so pissed.
My favorite animal on the carousel is the chicken. They're so funny. A long time ago, I rode on a carousel with someone. We laughed a lot while it went round and round. I can't remember who it was.
Probably me, your best friend.
Someone took me to the amusement park, and we played all day. I remember.
What is that Del Taco copy
Carousel is
pasta?
fun and everything.
I swear I keep saying that.
We always start at the popcorn stand, and now our whole day is screwed up.
Yeah, because Amanda's
I don't
selfish.
even know what to do next.
I think I
But also,
want a
Wooly, you
purple
can
elephant
chill.
after that. I wonder what happened to that elephant. I threw a ball really hard, and I won.
Because I think Amanda is hinting to the fact that she was groomed. I think the tall man is a bad man. Which game?
Whack-a-mole! That's always fun. I bet I can beat your score this time.
What are you talking about, Wooly? I've never played that game in my life. Will you just leave me alone?
Uh-oh. Oh, God, she's pissed. Oh, no. Oh, we've got more. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. Amanda carefully aims to knock down bottles. What is this one? Okay. Amanda winds up to get a high score in whack-a-mole. So whatever it is, I think we're in danger. I know. That noise is like, danger, Will Robinson. Amanda tosses a ring confidential. Okay, let's just pick one of them. Let's do ring toss. Okay, Amanda, chill.
Maybe you can help?
Which one
should we go to the carousel or the popcorn stand?
No, I can't connect them all.
Carousel. What's your favorite animal?
Horse.
When I ride one of those, I feel like I could gallop far, far away from.
Okay, trauma.
Which game do you want to play?
Okay, we said we're gonna do ring toss.
Whack-a-mole!
No!
That's always fun. I bet I can beat your score this time.
What are you talking about, Wooly?
Wait, this motherfucker just picks whack-a-mole no matter what. So I have to do... Oh shit. That's the death noise. Is it too late?
I've never played that game in my life. Will you just leave me alone?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, mayday. Mayday. Mayday.
Maybe.
Mayday.
I can't carousel. What's your? Okay.
Okay.
Which game do you want to play? Whack-a-mole! That's always fun.
Oh, she's
I bet I
pissed.
can beat your score this time.
What are you talking?
Wait, what the fuck? Oh no! Oh, it's the middle one? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
About Wooly?
Oh god.
I've never played that game in my life. Will you just leave me alone?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the evil? The evil?
Maybe you...
I fucked up. I keep fucking up.
I can't wait to ride carousel. What's your... Okay.
Which game do you want to play?
Okay. Now.
I'm pretty sure it was a different game.
Wait, what? Okay, so he wants to play whack-a-mole. But this, I have it connected to whack-a-mole. I don't understand. This is ring toss. This is whack-a-mole. Wait, am I overthinking it? She said she threw a ball, but it's Amanda carefully so it's wait, okay, all right, okay. I'm overthinking it.
Yes, I threw a ball and knocked down milk bottles. Let's go.
I thought I had to connect it so that when he's like whack-a-mole, she's like, yeah, okay.
Doesn't look like anybody has played this game.
I forgot that it's what Amanda wants. It's what freaking Amanda wants.
In a long time, Amanda. I think you were wrong about being here. Maybe we should go do something else.
No, I'm sure it was this game. See? There's the elephant I won.
You won that crummy old thing? Why would you even want that?
I don't know. I know I played this game.
Okay, what's next on the table? Oh god, okay. CS bumps into Wooly as hard as he can. Amanda laughs at them. Okay. Hand in hand, the trio prepare to enter the dark ride. Amanda and Wooly after riding the roller coaster. Wooly looks at how high the Ferris wheel goes. Okay.
And someone reached up and pulled down a purple elephant.
I'm gonna be dead soon.
It was my favorite toy back at my house.
We don't have any toys like that at the house.
No, at my other house.
Okay, she definitely got kidnapped.
Let's go have some fun. Come on, I'll race you to the rides.
She definitely got kidnapped. She was definitely a child kidnapped.
I remember a ride. I went high up in the air and then down really fast. I felt like I was flying.
I got you, girl.
At first, I didn't want to get on the ride. But I remember someone telling me that I didn't need to be afraid. When I got on,
roller coaster.
I was so nervous that I thought I was going to cry. But by the time the ride was over, I was laughing and laughing, and he gave me a hug and told me that I was so brave for trying something new.
It was probably me, your best friend.
No, it wasn't, Wooly.
I don't think it was you, Wooly. It was someone.
No, Wooly. Okay, let me make sure that I get... Amanda and Wooly after riding on the roller coaster. That's the one I think, but let me just check this. Yeah, okay. 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 We're just gonna link this to the next one.
Else. Someone I really cared about.
Yeah, you dumbass Wooly.
You don't care about me?
Someone I really miss, I think.
Boy.
You miss someone too, don't you?
Oh yeah, this game is hashtag trauma.
Maybe going on the ride I remember will cheer us up. I don't remember which one it was though.
Don't worry, I got you, girl.
Can you help me remember which ride I went on?
I got you. Oh. Video. What happened? Oh, that's a puzzle. I did it. Okay, it's not compatible. You know where I can go? Over here. Never mind, I can't get in there. Oh, but this is open. Oh. What's in the box? What's in the box? Okay.
A long time ago, a tall man and a little girl went to an amusement
it's Slender
park.
Man.
He lifted the little girl onto a carousel animal and stood next to her as she went round and round. The little girl smiled and laughed. After they rode the carousel,
Oy vey.
they played games together. The man said it was funny when she stuck her tongue out to concentrate on throwing a ball to make the milk bottles fall down. Maybe she looked funny, but she still won. After that, the man told the little girl that she was tall enough to ride on the roller coaster now. At first, the little girl didn't want to go. It looked too high up and too scary. But the man told her that being scared can be fun, and that we don't know what we can do until we try. The little girl decided she could be brave. She got on the ride and held her breath while the car climbed up and up and up. Suddenly, it was racing down, down, down. It went so fast, she felt like her tummy had butterflies in it. The little girl had never felt like that before. She laughed and laughed. When the ride was over, the man hugged her and said he was so proud of how brave she was. And then the little girl thought that she could do just about anything. Because her daddy said she could.
Oh, I don't trust this game though. I'm gonna keep it a buck. 75820. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't trust this game. Okay. I don't believe that it's all fine and dandy. Because this game don't work that way. 75820. See, like, what the hell is that?
Wooly! Hey, Amanda, can I have it?
How about if I call you Chicken Scratch?
Amanda, can I have a chef
Today, we're in a very important place in the house. It's where you get everything your tummy needs to help you grow up big and strong. We're here because I'm
Willie
teaching my
is over
friend
her shit.
all about the healthy habits we can start when we're little.
But I already know all that stuff, Amanda.
Not
Willie is
you,
so
silly.
pissed.
My new friend.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Uh-oh.
maybe I can help teach him?
Sure, I guess. But wouldn't you know it, I just ran out of chef hats.
Uh-oh. Willie's being replaced.
That's okay. Okay. First up, there are 4 food groups. A milk group, a meat group, a vegetable and fruit group, and a bread and cereal group. You want to make sure you eat plenty from each group. Well, except the milk group.
Timmy,
That
thank you for the
one's bad
resub.
for you, so stay away.
Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Okay.
You can't stop now. You need to finish your plate.
You want to be in the Clean Plate Club, don't you?
CPC.
Don't you think he should finish his food?
Yeah.
Clean Plate Club.
Yes.
Clean Plate Club. Clean Plate Club. Clean Plate Club. Clean Plate Club. Good job, little guy. Being in the Clean Plate Club is the best way to build a healthy relationship with food. But Wooly, your food groups sound really old-fashioned. What are you, an old man? Everybody knows that foods are mostly divided by colors. There's the pink food group, the blue food group, the green food group.
Yeah. Yeah, idiot.
Oh yeah, and the dessert food group.
Amanda, food groups aren't divided by color.
You fucking
What
idiot.
about the meats, the vegetables, the milk group?
You should be eating a healthy mix of pink and blue foods every day, and sometimes fish.
Don't forget the milk group. You can have a little bit of milk at every meal.
Come on now, eat your dinner.
Oh,
The
this looks
biggest
hard.
rule about healthy eating is that you can't get up until you've finished all your food.
This little girl is a
Well, You're going
dietitian.
to sit there until
nutritionist.
you're done, mister.
Oh, God.
See what happens when you don't clean your plate?
Hey, it's time for lunch. Let's make a healthy meal.
For a healthy lunch, your plate should be about half box food and a quarter round food. The rest of your plate should be a mix of fish and grains.
And as much
this is
milk
complex.
as possible. It makes you strong.
Of course, you can add whatever seasonings you want to your food. What seasoning should we use?
It's complex. Hot sauce. Oh my God, the poor possum is just getting fucked up.
Don't you want your milk? The milk group is the most important food group. Come on, little guy. Just give it a try. Go ahead and try it. Try. it.
Hey, stop it!
I'm just trying to teach him to take care of himself.
Obviously this relates to what's in the fridge.
He has to listen.
You're being a big bully. Leave him alone! You're not the boss around here.
Oh, gee. Oh, God, I feel like I don't know any. Oh, no. Oh, oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, there's food in the fridge, so I'm gonna take it out, but oh, there's the cake. What the hell? Like, what happens if I put it in here? Oh my God, it's everybody on the internet who's obsessed with AI. Okay, these are the food groups. Okay. What? Okay. We want slop. Those are the juice. Those are the juicers provided the voices for these slop rats. Was that a man? Wait. No. But those are missing kids. Good eye. We want slop. Okay. There's gotta be a method to the madness here. And the girl from the birthday party. How the fuck? There's... Oh my God, this is gonna kill me. I already know it. Okay, something... What the fuck? What? What is this cheese? Okay, all right, hold on a sec. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. We want some! No, he's not concerned for me. He just wants cheese. Okay, so I have to hold on a second. We want slop. Oh God, okay. I'm like a rat. Why is there a number on the screen? Okay, I gotta write that down. Why is there a number on... Are you fine? Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, wait. So...
Don't you think he should finish his
Okay, so...
food?
Bread, veggies... I think I need to, like, skip forward to... Let me see.
The milk group.
You for a healthy lunch to your food.
I need to see
what
these.
seasoning should we use?
But okay, purple, blue. Okay, do I do Woolly's food? Woolly kind of has like all of them. Hold on. Clean your plate club. Okay, they want slop. They want slop. Okay. So what happens if we put it all... If we slop it all up? Nope. Okay, and then what happens if we press that? And then what if we give him this slop? Okay. Shit. How the fuck do you pour this? Here's your slop. Okay. Uh-oh. I think I might have fucked up. No, I know what the rats, I know, I was just testing it out. I just wanted to test out. Clean up any mistakes you made, but I don't know how to get rid of, how do I, oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, that's how we empty it. Okay, so let me go back here. Okay, what is the... Hold on a second. Okay, cheese. I think hers is like the moldy... Okay, wait. Oh, right, okay. Fish?
Don't you want your milk? The milk group is the most important food group.
Fish,
Come on, little
cheese.
Guy. Just give it a try. Go ahead and try it.
Fish, cheese.
Try it.
Hey, stop it!
I'm just trying to teach him to take care of himself.
Well, I don't like it.
What are these
He
two?
has to listen.
You're being a big bully. Leave him alone! You're not the
Boss around here. Oh wait, she also talked about red and pink foods. Okay, wait. Let me just watch this again.
Don't you think he should finish his food?
She said the red and pink. It's the food colors. Okay, so we do. I'm gonna try a couple things. Okay. Milk. Meat. Don't you think you should finish this food? Yeah.
Clean Plate Club.
Okay, that's what's in the blue here.
Clean Plate Club. Clean Plate Club.
Oh my god, these two.
Good
These
job,
two.
little guy. Being in the Clean Plate Club is the best way to build a healthy relationship with food. But Wooly, your food
Right
groups
here.
sound really really
This is a clue.
old-fashioned. What are you, an old man? Everybody knows that foods are mostly divided by colors. There's the pink food group, the blue food group, the green food group.
Stupid Wooly.
Oh yeah, and the dessert food
Okay,
group.
and dessert.
Amanda, food groups aren't divided by color.
Blue.
What about the meats? The vegetables?
Pink.
The milk group?
Dessert.
You should be eating a healthy mix of pink and blue foods every day. And sometimes fish.
Don't forget the milk group. You can have a little bit of milk at every
Oh my god,
meal.
I'm dying.
Come on now, eat your dinner. The biggest rule about healthy eating is that you can't get up until you've finished all your food. Well, you're going to sit there until you're done, mister.
Milk, meat, beep, 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 beep. Yeah, I've been doing this diet thing all wrong too. You gotta watch Amanda to know.
See what happens when you don't clean your plate?
Okay.
Hey, it's time for lunch.
I know
Let's make
that
a
water
healthy
messed
meal.
you up.
I
know it did. You went down the wrong windpipe.
Be about half box food and a quarter round food. The rest of your plate should be a mix of fish and grains.
And as much milk as possible. It makes you strong.
Of course, you can add whatever.
Okay, so what the what is that? Okay, so you want a mix of blue and pink and sometimes okay. Blue and pink and sometimes fish. All right, I'm just going to try out milk. Okay. Milk, meat. She had this, the moldy sandwich. Sometimes fish. Milk, meat, sandwich. Okay, it only takes 3 ingredients at a time. All right, let's try this. Shit, you fucking dicks. Okay. Picky little shits. We want sup. We want sup. What am I missing? Fish, sandwich. Oh, but he has more. What is this? Candy? Milk? Oh, remember she. Wait, hold on. She's like.
Seasonings you want to your food.
She's like, gross
what
milk.
seasoning should we use?
Gross milk. Okay, what if I do fish, meat, bread? What if you try that? Fish, meat, bread. Slop this up. Let's slop this up. What the fuck? Okay, something. Maybe I combine 1 from each food group, but there's 4, so I can't even do that. Okay, she crossed that out. What is pink and blue foods? Let's just try the fish and the bread. Let's try fish, bread, and sometimes dessert. Fish. Because she kind of fucking hates Wooly and everything he does. She's like, that's stupid. And sometimes a dessert. Yum. Oh, you motherfuckers! Ew, I hate the throwing up sound. Ewy, ewy, ewy. Okay. What is this? Ice cream? Okay, let's try fish. Bread. Ice cream. This has got to be it. Oh, you little rat fucks! You want slop? I'm giving you slop. Okay. We want slop. I mean, I tried the ice cream. Moo Hoodles, thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up, everyone? We're playing some Amanda the Adventurer 3. Okay. What am I? This is a man. What if we do? It's gotta be pink and blue. So it's between the milk, meat, fish, bread. Yes, I will be at the Streamer Awards for show. This game looks so interesting. It is, but it will fuck with you. Do I just have to do like all combinations? I don't know. Like, do I go meat? Which one haven't I done? And then ice cream? Like, do we combo it? Man, person. Ah, you little fuckers. Oh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you. Don't forget the square and round. Oh, right. Okay, wait. She was like square and round, pink and blue. Oh, she's so stupid. I hate her. Okay, square and round, pink and blue. Square and round, pink and blue. Square. Meat. Okay, this is round. This is square. Is this dessert? I don't know. Ah! Oh. Okay, but I think this is on the right track. Square, round, and then let's try the ice cream. Oh, it's so sick nasty. Oh my god, how many freaking combinations? Oh god. Let's try it with the and she was like, and fish. Let's try it with the cake. Oh god, I don't know if this is it. Oh, nope. Oh, these are the sickest food combinations I've ever seen. Okay. Oh, boy. Square, round, and fish, but I can only use 3 ingredients. We want up! We want up! Yeah, these rats are dead because anything you make for them is gonna kill them. I don't understand. Square and round. Red. Oh. Does the plate count as round? I don't know. I feel like I've lost track of the combinations that I've tried. Okay, let's... Oh my god, I just realized the fish. Oh my god, I just realized the fish because I took it out here. Oh, gross. Oh, gross. Oh, the fish. fish goes in there. Okay. Now square. Like, is this it? Ollie Problemas, thank you for the raid. Oh, not the actual fish. Okay, that didn't work, but I think it's this I do think it's the fish. Is it? Where is it? Is it back on the table? Where the fuck is the fish? Reset. Ewy, ewy, ewy. Wait, where did the fish go? Wait, I just heard something flopping. Okay. You think that might have been for just an achievement? I think so as well. So I think we have to go back to the sushi. Sushi. What combo haven't we tried? Sushi, bread, ice cream. This is so annoying. Oh my god. I should have been writing down what combos we tried. Okay, okay. The fact that she mentioned fish, the fish has to be in there. She mentioned the fish, so it's gotta be the fish. Now, what else is round? Okay, this is round. Oh, fuck, there's just so many combos. She said fish sometimes, but I know, but I feel like because she mentioned it, it's gotta be in there. Ooey, ooey, ooey. Okay, fish, bread. There can't just be like one. There can't just be one combination. There's gotta be multiple. I don't understand. What am I missing? What am I missing? See, there's got to be multiple combos. This doesn't make any sense. You're not pouring it in? Wait, what do you mean? Look, here it is. How else do I pour it in? Why don't they like our slop? Why don't they like our slop? I worked hard on that slop. Launch failure. Thank you for the 11 months. I worked hard on that slop. This is some good slop. Nobody's making slop like me. Oh, God. Do I have to listen to the clues again? Ugh. Slaving away over here. You want a hint from chat? Yeah, because I feel like I'm in the right direction. I'm just like, maybe... The poster in the back is clues. Red, they're all dead. Red, blue, purple, green. Red, blue, purple, green. Okay, let me start this all over. Let me try it again. Holy shit! Okay. All right. Okay. Okay.
Do you think he should finish his food?
There's 2 posters that show up. What's in the poster? Cow, bread, carrots, meat. Oh, and you know what? Hold on a second. Wait a second. Wait. There's carrots and meat. Wait, something. Oh my. Oh, the wall. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The wall changed. Oh. The poster on the wall changed. Okay, so there's no bread though. But I guess I don't have to do exact burger, milk, salad, because it's got bread. Okay, let me try this again. Shit. I'm gonna throw this out. Okay. You can only use 3, right? So we know for sure the milk, and then meat and bread is burger, and then veggies is veggies, and then we go boom, 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 and we slop that shit up, and then we give it to the rats, baby, and they eat the slop. Ah, you like that slop, huh? Oh, you like that slop? Oh, that's right. That's some good slop for yous. Yeah, you like that slop. Now, we need something else. Now, there's a couple numbers that popped up. I don't know if I'm supposed to call on this clown. I don't know if you want me to clean up the counter? I wish. Okay, so we did that.
Clean Plate Club. Clean Plate Club.
Okay, let me try these codes. So the one that popped up there was 7 3 0.
Dear members of the curtain, the following is a collection of observations. I hope that they will prove useful in addressing the increasingly lethal presence. In Amel's first appearance, there have been a number of injuries and deaths on the team, immediately increased unpredictability in the Colton assets perform reality as Amanda. Numerous incident reports off-script and even directly threatening person. Melvin's stewardship continues to have an overall calming effect, markedly diminished. What must be done to curb her behavior, stabilize the connection. After examining security footage, I've noted a pattern. Often, these episodes are frequently lethal, precursed by a perceived threat to any recording containing the animated Amanda character. I have hypothesized physical destruction of the tapes weaken the Colton assets linked to the anomaly, subdue her ability to surface responses to external stimuli, something that should never have been possible. Only way to maintain control over the Colton asset, bringing the anomaly to heel. Testing my theories, intentional harm to the tapes, invoking the anger of the anomaly. I, however, am willing to unwavering dedication to the organization, perhaps, if I may humbly suggest, even one of higher responsibility, and ever in the shadow of the unseen, your humble witness, TR-213.
Witness me! Okay, wow. That was a lot. And now let me input this second one. Okay. Oh. 7 5
8 2 0.
Barry.
At the video archive.
And Kara.
I'm trying to remember what the code for that folder box was. I thought I'd written them all down for you before I left. If my little trivia brain is correct, that one was the year and month that the keyboardist from was born. So 43-7. If that's not it, you know how to reach me though. Any word on further layoff?
Keyboardist.
I heard the initial sweep had something to do with the Colton family. Hard to know for sure. We should catch up sometime when you're free. Anyway, keep following the fun, buddy. All right, bye.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Am I done with this thing here? Or am I still got...
Clean Plate Club! Clean Plate
The milk group.
Do these rats need some more slop?
Mix of pink and blue foods every day. And
These rats need
fish.
some more slippity slop.
Don't forget the milk group. You can have a little bit of milk at every.
Okay, yeah, I think I did that one. Wait, what the fuck? There's 2 posters! Oh, wait a second. I'm not done. Hold on a second. Okay, so this time it's ice cream, veggies, and fish. Wow, this just keeps on going. Okay, wow, I was really just blindly doing this stuff before. All right, you guys ready for your slop? Do you like your slop? Oh, yeah. Oh, is that good? Oh, you look... I don't know what's happening. Why are their eyes like that? Maybe Amanda's recipes, nutrition info is not the best. Only 2 of them liked it. Okay, well, well. Red and purple said ewy. What can we do in here? We can do... what did she say? Pink and blue and dessert? Pink and blue and dessert. Okay, so... what do we... He wants a pink smoothie. He wants a pink smoothie. Video had cheese on it. What happens if I do... What happens if I do this? Yeah, it has their desserts on the left poster now. Do I put the meat in? I don't know what happens if I do that. I feel like that's probably not right. I think they're not gonna like it. Oh. Oh, wait, I think that's a clue. The purple one didn't like it. Okay. Why didn't the purple one like it? Let's see. Okay, so I was close. What if we do... Do what you did, but just something different. Okay. Blue. Or what if I do, wait. Cupcake cookies? Okay, milk, meat. Did I put it all in there? I don't know. Hold on. Can't remember. Wait! They like it! Oh, you guy. Hey, Mikey, he likes it. Hey. Oh, those are some satisfied sloptimers. Those are some satisfied sloptimers, baby. Okay, surely that's gotta be enough slop.
Every meal.
Come on now, eat your dinner.
Surely.
The biggest rule about healthy eating is that you can't get up until you've finished all your food. For a healthy lunch, your plate should be about half box food and a quarter round food. The
One
rest
more
of your plate
poster.
should be a mix of fish
One
and grains.
more.
And as much milk as possible.
Okay, so if I pause that there, now what does this poster have? Oh my god. Okay, so am I doing fish, bread, ice cream? Let me try that. Let me try that. Let me try that. Let me try that. I have to feed them everything. Fish, bread, ice cream. What happens if I do this slop? You guys like it? No, you don't. Ewy, ewy, ewy. Okay, so they hate Amanda's shit. Now, what's over here? Okay, they're so ungrateful. You're up late? Oh shit, I didn't even realize. I'm trying to finish this puzzle. Okay, so what haven't we done on this side? Let's see. Did we do the burger? Did we put the burger in? Burger. What is that? Is that cheese? Is this white thing cheese? Or it's round. That's a circle. Yeah, I forgot about all of Amanda's stupid ass rules too. What haven't I done? I don't know. Did I already do this combo? I can't remember. It's all blurring together. Okay, this fucker doesn't like it. Okay, so the blue the blue mouse didn't like it. So, what did I do on that before? I did burger. That was good. I did burger. I did maybe I gotta pick something else. We did burger shake. Where is the bread? Okay, so what happens if we put that under? I don't know. And then we need a dessert. I don't know. This is going off the map. Shit. Those two liked it. Okay, who didn't like it? It was green and blue didn't like it. Okay, green and blue didn't like it, so purple and pink are happy. So I think I did... Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I forgot about the fish. Purple and pink were happy. But what did I do for purple and... I don't know. I think I'm kind of getting confused. I think I'm getting confuzzled. Meat. Bread. Shake. I don't know. I'm confuzzled. Now only one of them liked it! Okay. Is the second poster... Oh! Okay. So no bread. That one doesn't like fish. That one doesn't like cheese. And that one doesn't like ice cream. Okay, so no bread. So it's gotta be the shake. Okay, so it's gotta be the shake. And then... does the burger have cheese on it? No. Burger, shake. And then what's the last thing that it wants? Does it want this shit? No, because the purple doesn't like the veggies. And the red didn't like the fish. It has meat, bread. Maybe it wants the cake. There's the meat with the... It doesn't like broccoli, though. Wait a sec. I think this means no broccoli, and then this is... Veggie, broccoli. Where's the carrots, though? Where's the carrots? No, because the steak has broccoli and this isn't like broccoli. It's def lettuce. What am I forgetting? The milk? I thought I tried this before. Let's see. Okay, so blue is pissed. Blue is not happy. So it's either the milk or the shake that it's not happy with. Okay, it's the milk or the shake, but we know the burger is good. And maybe it's one or the other. Burger, milkshake. What is the one that we're... Salad? What if I do this? Let's see. Okay, now purple's pissed. What doesn't? Because purple doesn't like the salad. Okay. Process of elimination. Process of elimination. Burger, shake, and then which one haven't we tried? Burger, shake. We are slot maxing. Yeah! Oh yeah, you guys got your little toxic spew. In order to thank me for the slop that I gave you. Wow. You're welcome. Woohoo! Oh my god, that was so annoying. Wow. That was...
It makes you
your food.
So annoying. Holy shit. Okay, if I'm gonna stop here, should I put the tape in or should I leave it here? I think this is a good stopping point. I didn't realize it's almost 1:30 in the morning. You had fun? Oh, for sure. I think I have gotten better from the last two games. The shape of the food mat. No, I know. You just start to lose track. Anybody who's played this game, so if I go quit to title, is it gonna start me back here? Because I don't want to watch the tape. I want to save it for next time. I can leave it? Okay. So I can go here and I can go quit to title. We want slop! We want slop! We want slop! We want slop! Any progress made since the last tape will be... Wait. Does that count? I don't know. Okay, fuck it. Just to be safe, because I don't want to do that again, I'm just gonna put the tape in. I don't want to fuck it up. I don't want to fuck it up. Okay. Let's just put this tape in.
Hi.
Wow, they're on a beach.
Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. Amanda, isn't this a beautiful day? I just love the beach.
It is really pretty out here.
It helps us forget all of our troubles, doesn't it? Well, almost all of our troubles.
We've never gone to the beach before, have we, Wooly?
Why are they always both depresso-maxing?
This is a brand new adventure.
Then why does it feel so familiar? I feel like I've been here.
You know what you need, Amanda? A mango smoothie. Let me get you one, if that's okay.
Wait, I have been to the beach, and I had a smoothie, but it wasn't mango. Why can't I remember?
It's called trauma.
Remembering things is overrated. Why live in the past?
Just stop, Wooly. It's important. I need to think. I know I had a smoothie, and it was yellow, like mango, but it didn't taste like that. It was sweet, but it was also tangy. Why can't I remember what it was?
Hey, maybe you can make Amanda a nice, sweet mango smoothie to help her feel better.
Across the Great Divide, thank you for the tier 1. Uh-oh. What? Okay. Does that count as having watched it? I don't know. It just kind of like kicked me from it. Oh wait, this is clean. Would you look at that? Smoothie is milk, banana, fruit of choice. Would you look at that? But where do you get the fruit? Milk, banana, fruit of choice. Okay, I think you'll be okay. All right. Hopefully, because I'm going to keep it a buck. I think I would be embarrassed to, if I had to do the other puzzle over again, that I would not do it that fast. I would not be quick with it, despite having just done the puzzle. Okay, I can quit, right? I get scared. I never know. Like, what if I hit continue? Let's see. What is this? Why am I back here? There's an umbrella. Why are there beach balls? Were there beach balls before? A day at the beach. Yes. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Quit to title. Yes, I'm good. I'm good. This game scares you, though. You never know. You sure you want to quit? Yes. Okay. Yeah, this game can terrify you with the saves. You really don't know. You really don't know. All right, that was a long one. I don't know if I'll stream as long tomorrow. Tomorrow I have the Blumhouse, the Blumhouse sponsor. So I'm going to try to start that around 8. I want to go live around, 5. And then we'll start the sponsor around 8 or 8:30. So yeah, my ass hurts. I know what I'm going to ask for Christmas from Santa Claus, or at least I know what I'm going to try to get for Christmas. A new chair. Yeah, my booty hurts. I am going to send you guys to Jaina Splinters, who's playing some Arc Raiders. Thank you so much for joining me. If you're here from a raid, I hope you come back. I do a mix of stuff here. So we do some commentary and some lots and lots of talking, and then I like to try and end with gaming. Not every night it happens, but I try my best. So anyway, I hope you come back. Thanks for stopping by. If you stayed for a little bit or if you stayed for the whole time, I hope it was time well spent. Take care to all of you. I will see you